संवर्ता मंडलान्ते क्रमपद निहितानंद शक्ति सुभीमा सृष्टि न्याये चतुष्कं तकुलकुलगतं पंचकं चान्यषट्कं चत्वारः पंचकोऽन्यः पुनरपि चतुरः षोडशाज्ञाभिषेकम् दिव्याष्टौ मूर्तिमध्ये हसखफरकला बिन्दुपुष्पा खमुद्रा मध्ये विश्रामभूमिः प्रसरमनुभवं प्रत्ययं स्वाधिकारं संसृष्टं येन तस्मै नमत गुरुवरं भैरवं श्रीकुलेशं. Thank you, Sampadanand Mishraji, and thank you to Rishihood University and the staff and colleagues. And thank you, my students, also for supporting this event. I would like to make 4 sections like this. The first part, I would like to talk a little bit on the history of literature. And in the second section, I would like to focus on philosophy. And the third, I would like to focus on meditation, and I would like to see if we can actually sit and meditate. And the last and the most important would be for us to have a question and answer. That's where Vimarsha comes to play, so that we have a live conversation. On literature, I would like to dispel some of the illusions that have been rooted to the minds of the globe, everybody who speaks on behalf of Tantra, whether in India or abroad. The first is the divide between the Vedic and Tantric. The second is the divide between northern non-dual traditions and southern dualistic Shaivite traditions. These are the most important illusions we have been living in when discussing Tantra. And the third, the way we have shaped the so-called Kashmir Shaivism. It's a Trika system and so many other philosophical traditions that have been sanitized and offered to the audience as pure Vedanta, discrediting or bracketing the entire ritual and practice domain. So this is also, if you see culturally, if you read these things culturally, are very crucial, very significant for the next generation, because there is a constant process of rewriting happening. And in every step of the way, in each of these points, there is a cultural marginalization and the hegemony and colonization of cultures, and discrediting of the experience of selected people at the cost of the others. The first, Vedic and Tantric division. Bhatta Kulluka in his Manusmriti commentary, Shrutir Divida Vaidiki Tantriki cha, meaning in the Manusmriti, that is the foremost of the Brahminical text, Kulluka, a commentator, says there are 2 Shrutis, authoritative revelations, the Vedic and the Tantric. In here, his division is not disparaging. It is giving equal status to the Agamas. But that is almost exceptional, because if you go to the common audience, most people, what they say Vedic is immediately a certain puritanistic structures they are imposed, juxtaposed with Tantric. Most likely the people living in cremation ground, looking ghoulish, Aghori type people, eating most likely in skull cups, and mating with God knows who. So these type of stereotypes are not coming outside of the culture. It is marginalization of culture from within culture. We are ourselves selecting some particular cultural aspects and making them look better at the cost of the others.
Recording in progress.
So, when we have the Vedic and the Tantric and the Puranic and Smarta and Agamic and so on, it is sometimes a bit confusing. I call bluntly for one book people. Hindu tradition is not the tradition of one book people. One book people are the people who have one book as the holy book, and then the rest of the others are not holy. Hindu world does not work that way. There are books and there are no books. There are still gurus or mediums and people in the shamanic world practicing whatever indigenous practices, tribal rituals, never codified, the gods never known to the public. Every village you go and some different shrines. There are no books. And there are books and of course codified teachings, and they are not complete. Sometimes you have to follow the codified teachings from the book, and still you have to learn from the teachers who have been practicing these things. Meaning, you cannot just simply pick up a book and pretend you have understood the system. In Hindu tradition, you cannot just pick up a book and have the authority over a book. You need a guru. You need to belong to parampara, a tradition. And this gives the type of complexity that is mind-boggling for the type of people who are only looking for one straight line course, selected books or some chapters within a single book, one particular deity to worship at the cost of the rest. And Tantra becomes more and more nuanced and more problematic the more it evolves. And I understand why the public has this confusion. And to stress the confusion, we the teachers have also failed to do our needful duty, because most tantric sadhakas are not interested in going and converting people, telling them or even convincing what it is or arguing with them. They just want to be left alone so they can do their sadhana. And we live in a very different society now. I was 27 when my Guruji, Prem Chetan Brahmachari, gave me the Sarva Amnaya, Sarva Adhikara, Sarva Samrajya Diksha with Purna Avisheka. This is a very lengthy term which simply means that I have, as Gurus have said, the authority to compose agamas if needed. And that type of authority is given very rarely. And I was supposed to be the teacher. And I joined university and told my Guruji, I'm a teacher now. Who wants to be a tantric teacher? 27 years passed. I enjoyed university life, had experiences from Nepal to Germany to America. And I have been simply witnessing the drama of the unfolding of this krama and tantra and all that is happening in the marketplace of the heart of Kali. And you know, we tantrics are very good at being outraged, but we have also learned to hide our emotions. And what is the reconciliation? I'm still looking for it. And I'm moving eastward now. I've told my friends I'll come every year, maybe if possible 2 times, 4 times, as many times as you want me to be here. Because I'm at the phase of my life where I am ready to have whatever residue I have not written to share with you so that I do not regret when I can't physically be able to. And let's look at the Vedic world. So-called the Vedic priests will have Tripundraka, that is Shaivite, okay? Wearing Rudraksha, that's Shaivite. And worship Shiva, that's Shaivite, okay, I think. And go to, and Kanchi, Kamakoti, and Madurai, Meenakshi, these are tantric shrines. And they claim to be Vedic. So I'm just saying like how ridiculous this division is. And our society doesn't even think critically like it to this first step of the way this category collapses. It is so fictional. And let's dig a little further. How do you build the temples? Oh, we have these, aesthetics. Oh, which particular vastu you do? Oh, Vedic vastu. And which Veda does it have actually? Oh, the Mayamata, okay, come, that's a tantric text, by the way. Or any other text for you to have the description for the statues, for the temple constructions. And then it doesn't matter which particular temple. Any of the gods, Ganesha or Kumara or, God, just you name it. What do? You do pratishtha. You don't just go and worship in the shop. You do prana pratishtha. And then you start muttering tantric mantras. Come on, why don't you just do the Vedas? No, this is Vedic. So the people who are saying Vedic don't even have the clue that what they are actually practicing is tantric. And I don't blame it. But what I mean is, the ignorance is so intense that this disparity is so flimsy that we have not ever questioned 1 ounce and said, look, this Vedic tantric divide doesn't make sense. So, coming to Trika tradition too, yes, there is this hierarchy, and all the philosophers make that, earlier systems have some limits, and they are giving some better systems so that they can accommodate more, but it is not at the cost of the other. It's not either or. It's a hierarchy in which the earlier systems are subsumed. The idea of subsumption is they are not rejected. They make the pillars for the foundation, for the mansion on top. Like Sankhya philosophy, for example, is subsumed within Trika philosophy. The second is the myth of the north and the south. The northern systems are non-dual, and southerns are dualistic Shaivite traditions. Turns out, significant amount of Panchakrama, which constitutes the core of Kalika Krama, was composed in the Deccan area. And it also has some residue of Dravidian language. The Krama we are calling Kashmiri is actually borrowed from the south. And Trika, the Trika Sadbhava and all these practices have spread throughout the subcontinent. And so again, this geographic divide does not make sense. About then the dualistic tradition, so Siddhanta, most of the Siddhanta Shaiva philosophers were Kashmiri, by the way. So again, when we say Kashmiri Shaivism and we are trying to say that is the non-dual, look, this is ridiculous, okay? That's not how it happened. The Siddhantins, best of the philosophers hailed from Kashmir, Bhatta Ramakantha, Narayana Kantha, and then many of the core teachings of the Kalikrama order hailed from the south. It's mind-boggling to me that why have we created some of these myths? I don't work on history. I like to think as a philosopher. And since childhood, since like when I was asked to work with these big professors working on history, I never felt home. What happened was, there were these gurus, my trainers on one side and the professors on the other side. And my gurus teach me Gangesha Upadhyaya and Madhusudana Saraswati and Abhinava Gupta and Shankaracharya. And professors teach about history and archiving these ideas when they developed, the disparities and the differences. And I never felt that it was really necessary. It is good, everybody should know, I'm not saying one should not, but what I have found is historicizing cultural heritage is not learning about that culture. When I meet the best of the philosophers these days coming here, and then people start arguing whether Shankaracharya was before or after Dharmakirti, or Abhinava Gupta was 2,500 years ago, before the Buddha or something like that, because they think it's their way to defend Hindu Dharma. Because we are told anything older is the better. Because God revealed in a particular time, look at the way this thought, where is this coming from? Because God reveals in one particular time in history, God speaks to one particular individual in history, and anything that goes closer to that particular time frame is valid, anything else is not valid. We are trying to borrow that framework and impose in the culture where God speaks everywhere to everybody in every place, in every time. This is non-linear. Imposing the criteria from linear culture upon non-linear cultures is what is the root of all our ignorance. I know my objective today is not to bring all these things to you, but you know, I'm in between myself, a little bit of professor and a little bit of acharya. And I needed to do that also for a reason that most of your minds are spoiled by these writings, and the only cure is for me to go and tear up the pages from your head. In the post-Upanishadic era, if we may, there was this emergence, if we say. We do not know when these Stramana traditions happen. I'm just now talking like a historian on the basis of the available text, and which is okay. We have multiple streams of thoughts and ascetic practices appearing at the same time, like Ekapada type Rudras, like standing on a single foot, or various type rigorous practices of standing on foot, that we see also in the life of Mahavira. But we can see Shaivite acharyas through and through did it in early times. That is why if you go to the iconography of the Rudras, you are going to find that type of iconography, and particularly Lakula, the founder of the Pashupata, is always in a standing position, and Chandeshwara, the deity, always in a standing position. And the Pashupatas provide one of the earliest of the remnants of the history from what we can call the tantric tradition today. The Pashupata Sutra with the Panchartha Bhashya, most likely 2nd century sutras, and composed around 5th century, the commentary. And there are 5 secondary texts, including Ganakarika, includes Antipaddhati, some rituals, like for sanskara and consecration, different sections. And these Pashupata texts themselves were, in my reading, a confluence of 5 different streams of Shaivite practices. The 5 faces of Pashupati, which we call Sadashiva, already integrate 5 different types of tantras, 5 different practices. And we find that in these 5 different forms of Shiva, blended in a single iconic form of Pashupati. Sadyojata, Vamadeva, Aghora, Ishana, Tatpurusha. Each of these at one time maintained their own distinctive rituals, practices, mandala, charya. And you find that detailed in the early Shaiva agamas. Let's go to what we have today in the structured time. 10 agamas we consider Shaiva and dualistic. 18 agamas we consider Raudra and teaching qualified dualist philosophies, dualistic, non-dualist, Dvaita, Advaita. And 64 agamas or Bhairava agamas that we call non-dual. In total, 92 agamas. That's more like a standard structure, happened much later time. And then even within that, for the 64 agamas, we have Ashokrantha and Rathakrantha, different orders and different tantras. And these Bengalis kept adding a bunch of tantras, much later times, and so we have like a Chinachara Tantra, and those kind of tantras appeared much later times than the original standardization. Now, when we go back and try to come to the Trika system, what particular nuggets we can extract or find it essential for our learning, which my main, like I'm saying the first section, I'll just talk on literature and history. So in the second section, where we can go into philosophy, where these learnings will find space, and then the third in the sadhana. I would say the Pashupata system does play a central role. I'm from Nepal originally, and Pashupati is our central deity. From 3rd or 4th century onward, we have we have inscriptional references of the worship of Pashupati there. Around 12th century, Vimala Prabodha, a Shivacharya, brought the Krama order. They may have already before that, but at least historically I'm saying, Kalikula Krama Archana. The Krama Kalika system, that is what we find in the writings of Abhinavagupta, like Sri Tantraloka, chapter 4, or Kramakeli, the last book with the main Kalika Stotra, Abhinavagupta has written, or you have Chidgagana Chandrika of Sri Vatsa. So this is one of the core constituents of the Kashmiri Shaivism that we find we blended within the Pashupata system. And we know that there were other streams borrowed from the south that went to Nepal most likely around 13th century or 14th, although the people claim Adi Shankara himself established that, but whoever was the Shankara, they did that, and we still have a tradition of the priests from Kerala maintaining the puja. Meaning the order, whatever was the Siddhanta order was in the south, they integrated there. And many masters did, of course, come from Bengal. They made it sort of a residue. It's like if you read geology or history, you are doing the same thing. You know, you are reading what is sedimented, you are archiving, and it's just like for historians, like they talk on 100 years, they talk in 100 million years, like a little difference there. But it's the cultures also have the same type of sedimentation. Many aspects of culture become sedimented. And if the culture is not hijacked, is not uprooted, then you can dig out all the sedimented aspects. In some parts, because of the violence and the cultural uprooting, it is not possible for us to do the same type of cultural archaeology as it is possible in other parts, like in the far south or the far north. Then we have the Kalamukhas, Kapalikas, and Siddhantika. These are not Siddhanta Shaivas. Siddhantikas were the far left type. And all these Tantrikas came and composed, most likely their main teachings were surrounded on Chanda Kapali, Kapalika worship. And then the next deity came Tumburu. These are sedimented and available in the Trika practice. That's why I'm mentioning. I'm not mentioning all the histories I remember. And then you have Tumburu and Tumbureswari. All these blended. In the later tradition, what we call Guhya or Guhya Kali. Guhya is invoked in Jayadratha Yamala. And Chanda Kapali is the top face of, except for the Kala Sankarshini, in the Guhya Kali form. The second face is Chanda Kapali. So what the Tantrics did was a little bit strange, but also innovative. Rather than removing some of the practices and choosing only one practice, they started blending practices. We call samasti. And these blending practices added multiple heads of the deities and made multiple hands. So each of the head is a separate deity. Whichever could fall within the same rubric became one single deity, but it was like one family. One single deity was like a family. Like there were multiple different deities. And then they put in the manual, particular this head with this color is this goddess, and her mantra is this. So the worship, ritual worship, became complex. And what happens with complexity is a collapse. Because then only selected people can actually maintain those practices. And it became more and more secretive also. And I'm talking from the practitioner's perspective that this secrecy is for a reason, that these the energies involved in these mantric practices are so strong that any random haphazard cherry picking of these practices can lead you to modern day psychiatric wards. So a careful training and a mentor teaching those things have always been essential. Now, from the pure Siddhantika, not the Siddhantika, from the Siddhanta text like Ashtaprakarana, essential text with the Bhojas, Tattva Prakasha, for example. Then you have a bunch of texts like Nada Karika, Bhoga Karika, Moksha Karika, Paramoksha, Nirasa Karika, Ratnatraya, Nirnaya, Tattvatraya. So you have all these different texts primarily describing two fundamental adva, the courses of time and space. And these are, without these, there is no Trika or Kashmir Shaivism, by the way. And the first is the Kala Adva, and the second Desha. In Kala Advan, the concourse of Kala time, you have three categories, that is Varna, Pada and Mantra. And in Desha, you have Kala, Tattva and Bhuvana. Now you have this six-fold Adva, the courses. In the Varna order, the phonemes, Mantranam Matrika Devi Shabdanam Gyanarupini. The mantra practices are surrounded on recognizing Matrika, the phonemes. Your visualization has to go deep down to recognizing each of the phonemes. Primarily, if you go to Sri Matottara, and then you have the visualization of the phonemes in two orders, like a referring to Sri Kantha, and then joined with Na referring to Nadini. Like Ma to Mahakala and Mahakali. Meaning there are two orders. One order is called the Matrika, another order is Malini. The Matrika order is called Shabdarashi, and this is the order of the Bhairava. And Matrika, so Malini order, is the Malini order that starts Na to Pha, and this is the order of the Shakti. The Paninian order is mostly, you can say, Matrika or Shabdarashi order. The phonemes we learn in common Devanagari learning from A to Ha and Ksha. But Malini order, like Na, Ri, 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 Tha, Cha, Dhai, Ina, U, Ba, Ka, Kha, Ga, Gang, Iya, Wa, Bhaya, Da, Dha, Tha, Jaya, Jarata, Pachala, Asha. So this is a very messed up order. But this is not a non-order. This order is so systematic that there is meticulous visualization for each of the deities with their hands and gestures and weapons and seats and color and face and all the descriptions for each of these phonemes. The whole visualization practice at the bottom is founded on Matrika and Malini order. Mantras are a particular Rasmi Sandhana, Anusandhana, meaning recognizing the rays of how different tattvas are arranged in the fusion or union following Matrika order and Malini order. You have a Navasutra, you have these 81 blocks, like a chess block, not by 8 by 8, but 9 by 9. And that is what constitutes Navatma Bhairava, the heart of Tantra. And within that, you organize the phonemes and the different arrangements extract different mantras. The mathematical systems involved in this mantric science is so complex, I haven't paid much attention to that beyond my abilities. Then let's leave that there, because this Matrika is not just phoneme. My point was, it's not just learning the alphabets. Because from Tantra perspective, if you know the alphabet, you are the learned person. Because knowing the alphabet is the most difficult part of Tantra. And then you have the Ekashiti Pada mantra. Vyoma Vyapine, Vyoma Rupaya, Sarva Vyapine, then you have this Vyoma Vyapine order. And the 5 mantras of Sadyojata to Ishana. And you have Kala and Tattvas and Bhuvanas. Bhuvanas are extensive, like Swachanda gives 224 Bhuvanas, or Malini 118 Bhuvanas. So these can be fancy. Why are different variations? It's not about the number of the realms, it's about how deep you can go integrating within your body in the course of visualization. How many different realms are you capable of visualizing within your body? It's constituting different realms and creating your own structure, your own hierarchy, and placing them within your system, within your mind body, going beyond these 6 chakras and all. When we have these basically 6 advas, we have broadly the categories necessary for tantric conversation, and these categories are cited even by acharyas like Somananda. He cites Khetapala, Sadyojyoti. These are the earliest of the Siddhanta masters, and very respectfully, when Somananda cites the Siddhanta acharyas, he is very respectful to them. He is not as respectful to Bhartrihari though, which is corrected later by Abhinavagupta. So, we have one chaotic but still a stream of tantric literature. And going back again, then you go around that early phase of 2nd through 4th century, formation of the earliest of the agamas. 8 yamalas, 8 matas, in the same way many texts, 64 original Bhairava agamas. Pichumata or Brahma Yamala, the same way different shortcuts, 6 sections in the Jayadratha Yamala. Very little of that has ever been edited or published. 75% of the tantric texts are still in manuscript form, by the way. And we need a young generation to have the training to edit those manuscripts and bring to light to the audience. The original structure of the agamas came with Tumburu and Jaya, Vijaya, Jayanti and Aparajita, with each of these giving 4 separate transmissions. In the east, Garuda, the healing mantras, the west, Bhuta Tantra, and the south, Dakshina Tantra, and north, Vama Tantra. All the Vama Tantras were the Kali Tantras, and the Dakshina were the Bhairava Tantras. We got the 4 phases in the original structure of Bhairava, and then we added one more for the Siddhanta, the Ishana. With the top phase, we have these 5 phases Sadashiva, revealing the agamas. So when you have this refined Abhinavaguptian analysis of in the Sadashiva state there is the equal balancing of ahanta and idanta, the I amness and thisness, revealing of the outside while residing within, a state required for Dakshinamurti to instruct, because to teach you need to have somebody there. Dualism is required. But what you are teaching is a non-dualism. Therefore, you are abiding in the non-dual state. There is a dichotomy there. So, this philosophization would not have been possible without this historical development coming from Tumburu and all. Many historians have said like this whole tradition is lost. By the way, again, there are a number of Siddhi Lakshmi temples in Nepal, and Tumburu and Tumbureshwari is integral again in the 5 phases of Siddhi Lakshmi. So again, integration. And why don't historians write about it? I am myself to blame for talking about what traditionally we are not meant to be talking about these things. Because these are kept like a manual, like secrets, by the priests in the temples. And the good thing is, when they said after Kashmir there is no Trika system, fortunately, independently and integral to the Kubjika system, Trika system is very much alive with us. And when people have this overtly expressed knowledge, thanks to Ramakrishna Paramahamsa of Aghoreshwari Dakshina, and all the attention to Kali literature coming from that does not address the Krama Kali order. And then people think that that Krama is lost, and they are not ever looking into the actual ritual manuals of Guhya Kali. The manuals that are used in worship in the temple. So the temple worship books are more essential than these big philosophical texts. Because if we are interested in understanding the system as such, we cannot say, sir, we are only interested in history, or we just want to know philosophy, or I just want to learn some rituals. Because we have to integrate these different aspects for our good, and then we'll be grounded. So my point being, you can't chop off the entire history of like 800 years of the evolution of agamas and then go and talk of like some later 8th, 9th century acharyas from Kashmir to 11th century masters, and then say this is the Trika, and then he revealed something. That is also because the way of revelation in the linear culture works very differently. It was not there before. What they meant is somebody like the whole idea of discovery. He found it, founded by, like we use this tradition, Advaita was founded by Shankaracharya. If you are actually still living this culture, you will find that ridiculous. Because Advaita was not founded. He wrote a commentary in following the Advaita. He didn't make Advaita. So that is the same thing applies to Tantra tradition too, and I had to beg your attention to go in this expansion of literature. And coming down to Sarva Amnaya, it's an integral system within which we find similar almost to that Bhuta Tantra Garuda, but this is a bit later times. We have Chinchini Mata Sara Samuchaya and some of the early Kubjika texts to support these practices in the fullest form. This integrates to the south Tripura Sundari, and most likely that reflected whether the south had the geographic south had the Tripura tradition strong, and to the north the Kalika, and western transmission coming to Kubjika, and that is where I'm clueless whether actually any geographic western transmission makes sense, and the eastern part, eastern transmission belonging to Trika. There are so many numerous variations in mantric utterance for the Trika mantras themselves. I myself have like 6 or 7 different manuals where Para, Para, Para and Apara, these 3 central Trika deities, have so many different variations for the mantras. I am not giving this list of textual variations and mantric variations to confuse you. I know sometimes it might feel, if you are into this Tantra Agama conversation for the first time, feel a little bit lost. I've always felt lost, by the way, because the depth of Tantra is so vast that I grew up literally in this culture, in the environment. My grandmother, who was illiterate, made me to chant when I was baby, 3 years old. Akalanka sasanka bhatriksha chandra kalavati mudra pustala sadvaha patuva parama kala. And as a child I had to repeat and repeat and repeat, and after many years, and I discovered Kashmir Shaivism, and I discovered all these para, and then I discovered finally my grandmother was teaching me the meditation of para, okay? And she also taught me another simple prayer of the Kalis, and they were of 12 Kalis. Very simple. So these traditions, so historians are so quick to say these are lost, and you can read in any book, extinct, so easy to write. But not really going and digging into the practices of the people, reading their manuals, and actually also consulting people who have been practicing these, not like the priests, but the laymen. So, in the Sarvamnaya, as I said, the entire Tripura tradition, and the Trika, and the Krama, and the Kula are integral. So then I have to give you a little bit of an overview of what is Kula, what is Trika, and then so then we can come to some of the schools rather than just book titles. The Trika centers around these 3 divinities, Para, Para, and Apara, visualized on top of a trident, Trishula Abja Mandala becoming the central piece of visualization. They also signify Dvaita, dualistic, Advaita, non-dual, and Dvaita, qualified non-dual philosophies. These 3 divinities, visualize crossing your head up in Dwadasanta, are not taught therefore as the absolute, because from the earliest of the Trika texts cited, we find that Kala Sankarshini, Kali, is on top of this triad, meaning dualistic and non-dual, or dualistic non-dual, or qualified non-dual philosophies are on equal footing. They have equal claims to the truth, but they equally do not know the truth, because they are still living in conceptual world. Advaitins, the non-dualists, claim that they are superior to the dualist, and so do the dualists claim by recognizing their servitude to God. And we are servants, we are the God, So if anybody accepts servitude, I accept that. So, but this dualistic and non-dual and qualified non-dual teachings are still subsumed in this absolute, that what it says is beyond our concepts, beyond language. And therefore, any claim about it is either equally true or equally false. And what it is described in the later Trika texts as Vishwotirna Vishwamaya, as simultaneously transcending the totality while at the same time becoming the totality. The original Trika text we could call Trika Sadbhava, Tantra Sadbhava, Siddha Yogeshwari Mata, and Malini Vijayottara Tantra. Among all of these, as far as the Trika tradition is concerned, Malini Vijayottara Tantra is primary, for particularly the reason that it was composed as a synthesis of the Trika text, and it exploits all from the Siddha Yogeshwari literature, and that's one reason, and the other reason being Abhinavagupta focused on this book, and therefore we have the commentarial literature. There are two types of commentarial literature available in the Malini Vijayottara. One, Malini Vijayottara Vartika by Abhinavagupta. He wrote about 1500 stanzas in order to write a commentary upon one verse from the Malini Vijayottara Tantra. Jayanti Jagadananda Vipakshakshapana Kshama Paramesha Mukhadbhuta Jnana Chandra Marichayaha. So the depth you can find in the Malini Vijayottara Vartika elucidates the depth that Abhinavagupta was able to go to and bring to our knowledge of just one this simple verse that we see, we hear, and we sing. And the second being Tantra Loka itself. Because Abhinavagupta says, Natadasti yan nasti malini vijayottare. Iha here, no tad asti, there is nothing. Yat nasti, that which does not exist in Malini Vijayottara. The entire Tantra Loka he composed, and look at his humility also. And he's saying, I have nothing here original. That is not there already in the Malini Vijayottara Tantra. And you have other texts like Tantra Sara, Tantra Vatadhanika, all these coming like more and more a synthesis of the same text. So extensively I would say of the Malini. So Malini order is that crucial. From the Kaula perspective, the Western transmission of Kubjika, which was almost lost to the Western audience, because the Westerners have this like, if they don't know, then it doesn't exist. So thanks to Mark Dizkowski, who discovered Kubjika tradition in Nepal, like Columbus discovered America and Dizkowski discovered Nepal. So these practices are crucial for most of the Nepalese temple worships. And Kubjika preserves one of the most original form of Tantra. If again you were to take out the Kubjika pantheon related text from the discourse of Trika, you will be left out of the major chunk of what Shambhunatha and other teachers taught to Abhinavagupta. Abhinavagupta is read by historians as a product of a linear history, as a product of a single teacher. And when I cite the name of multiple teachers of myself, my students say, but which one is your guru? Like, which one is your father? This again comes from one book culture. Who baptized you, basically? Because there could be many people you went to school to, but you could not have multiple people, dipping you into water. But these Read the first chapter of Tantra Loka, how Abhinavagupta cites the name of so many of his gurus. And each of these streams come as a confluence in the life of Abhinavagupta. And Manthana Bhairava Tantra, I am thankful actually to Mark for translating this book. And for anybody who is interested in any serious study of Tantra should actually read the voluminous work of Manthana Bhairava Tantra. And of course, Kubjika Mata. And we can't move like a first step, manually speaking, from the perspective of a practitioner. The first thing after you do Nyasa is immediately you go to the Malini, and then Paramatattva Nirvana. So the whole Malini Stava, the hymns of Malini, is so crucial for Sarvamana as well as for the Kaula practices, that Abhinavagupta knows, because he cites Srimatottara type texts, repeatedly. He had the access to all the Yamalas and Mata texts. And so when he is writing some refined philosophical text, we are ignoring this background, the historical background of where it is coming from. And that has become very problematic. Why is Tantra not understood is because we are not reading the earlier texts that have codified many of the systems, and we are reading only the later on texts, and we are lost. Because the gurus, in the Paninian order, what do they say? Sutreshu adrishtam padam, sutrantarad anuvartaniyam sarvatra. If you do not see some stanzas, some words in a sutra, you should borrow it from earlier text. So when people are composing in the same lineage, they can't just keep repeating the same word again and again. Therefore, what they did, whatever already mentioned, they didn't talk about it, and then only told something that needed to be said. And when we are not reading the earlier text, earlier agamas, and only picking up some later agamas, even the good-hearted tantric scholars are making big blunders. That goes the Kaula system. For the Tripura, while Kameshwari practices, Kameshwari is integral within Kubjika system itself. So the original forms of Tripura practice can be traced within the system of Kubjika, even though these historians are tracing some like 12th or 13th century when Tripura tradition evolved, but that is again a grave injustice to not look into Kubjika text more closely. And moving beyond the original Kubjika text for the Kameshwari, for this structure we find in Tripura is predominantly on two texts. One is the Nitya Shodashi Karanava and another is Yogini Hridaya. Nitya Shodashi Karanava and Yogini Hridaya are sometimes combined together and called Bhamakeshwari Mata from the Mata order. For the tradition of Tripura, these two texts are central. The commentaries come, like when Jayaratha writes a commentary, he says that he has seen some discrepancies in earlier commentaries and he's writing it to resolve. And so what that says is, Why is it Jayaratha? I haven't given you the background. Jayaratha was after Abhinavagupta and Kshemaraja around 12th century, and he is the foremost commentator who wrote his extensive commentary upon Tantra Loka, the magnum opus by Abhinavagupta, the central book that we borrow all the conversations for today's sessions. So Jayaratha, without Jayaratha, we really have no access to even Abhinavagupta's words, because even though Tantra Loka is most of the times easy to read, sometimes it's still cryptic, and Jayaratha helps us decipher the meaning. And Jayaratha also wrote a commentary on Vamakeshwari Matha, and therefore that's one of the earliest commentators. And you find Shivananda and Vidyananda. My Guruji, Pandit Braj Vallabh Dwivedi, has edited this Nityaswara Karnava and was published from Sampurnananda. And for the Yogini Hridaya, you have Amritananda's commentary. I would say that if you are looking for the foremost philosopher in the Shakta order, I would name Amritananda anytime. And his commentary upon Yogini Hridayam takes to the depth that you never expected in this, if you are focused on some hypnotic rituals of the Tripura Sundari Kameshwari worships. And then from the later tradition, Punyanandas, you have Kama Kala Vilasa. And Saundarya Lahari, of course, with the foremost commentary by Lakshmidhara, and you have multiple commentaries, 8 different commentaries are available there. And there are many other commentaries upon Saundarya Lahari that have not been edited. And I have also seen in somebody's personal collection the commentaries that have not been edited or published. Extensive amount of literature is lying around there. From the eastern Trika to the Kola to the Tripura tradition, we have addressed. Now finally to Kali. Jayadratha Yamala gives this esoteric depth to Kalika Krama, and there are so many different forms of Kalis and their mantras and visualizations discussed there, that level of depth requires yet another major project for us to decipher. Besides the Jayadratha Yamala, we have Kali Kula Krama Panchasatika. My student in Nepal has edited it alongside the other Satika, and he has done some of the numbers of other publications, editing Kalika Krama books. And when you go to the Krama system, again, to the extreme north or north of Kashmir, I have already mentioned that we can see like the southern influence or maybe some remnant of the language from the Dravidian origins. And that type of language variation in mantras are nothing new, because even in the 6 chakra system of Kubjika, in the Sadhanvaya Shambhava Vidya, which is in one of the highest culminations in the practice of Sarvamnaya, you have some of these mantras from non-Sanskrit origins. So this was never just a pure Sanskrit texts and the agamic revelations. From the Krama system, when we say Panchakrama, like we have Khachakra Panchaka Stotra, or we find almost a commentary upon Krama Keli by Srivatsa in the form of Chidgagana Chandrika. These texts given extensive philosophy of the order, the krama, that is a successive wheel of the manifestation of Kali in Panchavaha, the five flows, in which she flows from Vameshwari to Khechari, Gochari, Dikchari and Bhuchari, that these in different realms of the material world, the sensory faculties, the inner cognitive mechanisms, and into the pure consciousness of the Ka, where it is coming from the Vameshwari, Sansara Vamanat Vama. So the energies, the force that vomits, that ejects the world. The central metaphor from Kali for our next batch of conversation would be, therefore, Kala, Sankarshini and Vameshwari. Kala means time, Sankarshini, one who swallows, who pulls in time. So the gravity that pulls time inward, the fundamental force within the absolute that drags within itself, towards itself, everything including time. Kala kalapam kalam cha mrityum cha kala kalapam. Abhinavagupta explains like how it's just like all the aspects, including time and death, it just brings forth and within. So this Shakti, on one hand, is depicted as pulling magnetically everything within, not letting anything go outside of its magnetic force, called Kala, Sankarshini, who at the same time is Vyoma, Vameshwari, Vyoma, the empty void, but also luminous and also replete with bliss. Vameshwari, the goddess who vomits space. She who swallows time, and she who vomits space. Kala Sankarshini and Vyoma Vameshwari. This is that absolute energy within which everything including time collides and dissolves, and of which everything including space manifests. So when we have these four different orders, then I would add one more, the Shambhava, because this is coming from the Western transmission of Kubjika, but then is given much later times for the sadhakas. These Shambhava Vidyas are like Ardhanarishwara forms, integral, like a single mantra designate at the same time Shiva and Shakti. Navatmeshwara, Vicheshwara, Hamseshwara, like these deities there. Each of these deities, and there are like millions of these, reflect on specific states of the mind and a specific mode of emotion, so that you are supposed to activate it by being in that particular bhava and having particular visualization at the time when your mind is abiding in such and so bhava. So that is where it comes to the complexity. Because all our thoughts and all our emotional expressions are not bottled up or washed off here. They are explored to the zenith. And they are analyzed, archived, organized, and given a meticulous structure. And then these are bound together with these what we call mantras. That the mantras become a system for archiving thoughts. Agamas are therefore the revelations that address two aspects of human reality. Our cognitive aspects, where we have all thoughts, and our emotional aspect. And we have therefore these different emotions, the expressions in the form of rasa. When these particular sthayi or dormant bhavas are integrated with the specific submerging other modes, then they turn into rasa. And these rasa experiences, whether vibhatsa, disgusting, ferocious, raudra, or saundarya, beauty, all become equally essential. And therefore, if you go into the imagery of Bhairava or Kali or Ashtamatrika, if you just even go look at the dance of Kali, the Ashtamatrika dance, for example, if they are performing traditionally, they are depicting different rasas, different bhavas. They are trying to live different bhavas. Therefore, these matrikas are actually expressing different modes, different bhavas. And the articulation of mantra becomes essential to be united with the abiding by or expression of different emotional states. And now, just a note, we are living in a culture where emotions are heavily repressed, and we are not supposed to cry or laugh even, there's always very inappropriate, like if you laugh, this would be so inappropriate. Or cry, that would be even more disturbing. Because we have created a sanitized circle of the humans. They look almost like robots, very predictable. Nobody does anything crazy. And so we have tried to create a rational world by not addressing the deeper emotional side of human reality. And that is why we have, to the extent of psychological problems, you can't believe that my undergraduate students are having, half of them are having psychological problems. And I'm not talking about the people with like 50s or above, I'm talking about students with the age of like 20s. So Tantra is a meticulous effort to address our emotional reality. Not that you just go and be emotional and go crazy, but that there is this emotional realm that needs to be addressed and cultured, and the force that lies within our emotion is far beyond the force that lies in our thoughts. Because I teach my students what is the right thing to do. If you do not feel what is right to do, you aren't going to do it. Everything, the change in the world is brought not by thoughts, information. All the scientists do, all these great innovations. And the people are not educated in their emotional side, and the people who actually carry the weapons do not have the maturity, emotional maturity, to use them. People are carrying Brahmastra at the age of 4 or 5, with their mental ability, cognitive ability. And so that is the biggest disparity, and why I'm bringing these things today It's not just for some selfish reasons that because I had these trainings, because I had my time, I can talk about many other things than the Tantra, but I just think that this is what is actually needed. I will give you a little bit more, very little more on literature, and we can have a first break, and then maybe tea if there is tea, and then we can go to philosophy, and then we can have more time there. I will go just mention a few more names, because this whole first section I said will be on literature. So the first among these masters I mentioned is Somananda, and with his Shiva Drishti. Shiva Drishti is an amazing book of the most philosophical text, although there is this popularity of Utpala's Ishvara Prativijna and Abhinava's commentaries, but Shiva Drishti, the depth of Shiva Drishti is not exploited by these works. There are many aspects in Shiva Drishti that keep surprising me. For Somananda, the absolute is not motionless. I have tried to reconcile through many verses, but what it appears is that Somananda believes that dynamism is intrinsic. There is subtle kriya in this chiti, in the pure absolute consciousness for Somananda. And why that is so essential, one single point, because that makes a difference between living and dead to me, okay? Because for the Advaita of Shankara, the Brahman is motionless, dead, I'm sorry. And for Somananda, Shiva is very much vibrating, Shiva being pure consciousness. And that is dynamism. And that dynamism, kriya, it's a both a philosophical and theological problem, because if the absolute were to change, who knows? We want something to not change, because change is unpredictable. How do you know what changes will be the way you want it? You can't always expect the change to be of your liking. So Somananda actually was revolutionary. He should have given little more credit to Bhartrihari though. That part I will always keep complaining. But anyway, there is this originality, and Somananda is such pantheist, is viewing everything, every aspect of reality in the form or expression of Shiva. And also there is a small, hardly recognized text of Shakta Vijnana by Somananda, Lilith Silborn. She was, I think, a student of Swami Lakshmanju. She brought the translation of the text. And after that, we have Vasugupta, of course never said as author, but who discovered Shiva Sutra, only 77 stanzas. Kshemaraja segmented into 3 sections, and some like it, some don't. I like it. And Kshemaraja wrote extensive commentary upon the Shiva Sutra. That's a standard, very good text actually. And we have Spanda Karika, just 52 verses, including Mangalacharana, of Spanda, the stanzas of vibrations or pulsation, whatever the way you translate Spanda. Mishraji addressed this Spanda. And that, I think, is very crucial for our times. Spanda, pulsation or vibration for many reasons. From the absolute metaphysical perspective, what we know is that whatever we can reduce to the absolute in the quantum level has pulsation. It has intrinsic dynamism, and therefore we can discuss, not like therefore it's physics, or I'm not trying to reduce it, but we have the same type of metaphysics, that dynamism is intrinsic nature of reality. So the latest of the physics and the best of the Trika teachings are at the same page of considering intrinsic dynamism. Two, the type of reality we live in today. Because we have one type of teaching and another type of living. One type of teaching, my dear son, the world is just illusion. Another type is give your money to me, you know. So this is like, we can't keep making that type of metaphysics. So therefore, one type of teaching is that the absolute does not change. Another is everything we see is changing, and why is it changing? If there is no intrinsic dynamism in the absolute, and then what is said in Shankara's Advaita is because of your own mind vibrating or pulsating or changing, you are seeing that absolute as changing. There is no change in the absolute nature of the Brahman. So therefore the whole world, everything of the manifest reality is your fantasy. And so you are like daydreaming then. But everything is changing to the extent our cultures are changing. Forget about the metaphysics. We have a different type of reality. Our social structures are changing. Our family structures are changing. Our ritual orders are changing. Our language is changing. And we need the type of metaphysics that helps us address this mega change. In every mode of life, what we experience is change, and we are taught nothing is changing. And so don't you ever feel like something doesn't click? And then we are told this is your fantasy, all the things you think is changing is just you are daydreaming, and that's just like, okay, all right, but then it's also denying of everyday experience. It's incomplete. Some people are just happy to be told that you are sleeping, my dear son, just keep sleeping. But others are not. What if I'm not sleeping, and what if this is real? You know, what if I'm not dreaming? Right? Gaudapada says you are just dreaming, okay? And then, but what if I am not dreaming? And we all are not, but why are we all dreaming the same? Because we all have same karma, and therefore we all dream. But what if, no, that doesn't look right. So that is why we need asthasyad ekarupena vapusha chen maheshwara maheshwaratam samvitam tad atyakshat ghatadivat. Therefore, Abhinavagupta says, if Maheshwara, the absolute supreme Lord, asthasyad ekarupena, were to abide by a singular form, Maheshwaratam samvitam tad akshatyakshat, it would have abandoned both its aspects of being the Lord and having of the nature of consciousness, and it would be just like a pot. A pot can't will to change. There is no will. And now, just one or two more books. Ishvara Pratyabhigya. I would say maybe the most fundamental text, by the way. Utpala, after composing Ishvara Pratyabhigya, recognition of lordship, wrote two different commentaries, Vritti and Vivritti, upon his own book. Abhinavagupta wrote 2 separate sub-commentaries extensively explaining every word of Utpala in Vimarshini. Like one is a Vritti Vimarshini, another is Vivritti Vimarshini. Why is this book essential? If you simply are interested in the Trika system, reading Spanda Karika and then maybe going to our first reading the Pratyavijna Hridayam, just 20 stanzas on Pratyavijna by Kshemaraja, and then maybe reading Spanda Karika, the stanzas on Spanda. And because these days everybody is interested in meditation, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra might be a good order. That will be enough. But some others are philosophically interested. If you are philosophically interested in learning this system, you cannot run away from reading the Ishvara Pratyavijna, both with the commentaries. Particularly, if you read Abhinavagupta, you find he was one of the most decent philosophers, I would say, in any time. Decent, I'm not saying intelligent. I'm saying decent, because when he is refuting the arguments of the others, he is most sincere. He cites the text from his opponents respectfully, mentioning their name. And sometimes he gives them 2-3 opportunities to modify their position. Oh, you mean X, and then he is citing exact book. But if you say this way, there is going to be this problem. Why not you modify your position this way, and then you will not have this problem. And then if you modify this way, you will still have that problem. Therefore, let me help you modify your position further. It's like in front of the judge, the lawyer from the opponent camp comes and says, Your Honor, my opponent said this, that was ridiculous, but I think he meant this, but even that was not sufficient, therefore let us say he meant this. But even this is problematic, Your Honor. So this is, I say, a most decent way of writing philosophy in the cosmopolitan of Kashmir in 11th century. Sometimes we lack that level of decency when we are refuting the arguments of our colleagues. And why is this book important? From the Trika perspective, 2 points I have mentioned so far, not even gone to philosophy, just talking literature. One, absolute is dynamic. 2, you are that absolute. 3, this absolute is of the character of pure consciousness. 4, this pure consciousness is not transitory. And that is the bomb. Our brothers from the Buddhist camp tolerate anything you say, but any rejection of transitoriness is not something they like to hear. Everything by default is momentary. Look at the world. You already said changing. But the idea of recognition is very crucial here. Recognition. Professor had said, I've talked with you, and I try to remember, and I eventually make sense or remember a little bit of it. You met your friend after several years. You first didn't recognize, and then you recognize. So the idea of recognition binds 2 things, the past and the present. For something, if the past and the present can be bundled together, there is some continuity too. It is changing, but it is just also enduring. There is something that continues to be even when it is changing. So the idea is a pravaha, nityata, the consistency in the form of the flow. It is flowing, but it is also constant. It's a constant flow. And that annoys even more to philosophers like Dharmakirti, because that is a direct assault on the idea that vijnana, whatever consciousness they meant, is momentary. Memory does not endure. Whatever past memory we call is pressing through, continuing to the next instant, is merely a new cognition and not a memory as such. There is a vijnana, 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 and not like memory and vijnana and binding together of memory and vijnana. Not that memory and consciousness and you unite them and make an integral body of recognition, but then they consistently a flow of new. But then now, what do you mean by this moment? Because now if you go and talk to the physicists, they say they are able to segment time 1/1000th of a second. Try to imagine the world where this time is divided 1/1000th of a second. Is your vijnana like 1/1000th of a second? Or if it lasts 2/1000th of a second, then it is not Kshanika, because then it lasted for more than what time could be divided into. There are these metaphysical problems for the momentariness doctrine that are brought to light, and not because these philosophers were biased. With deep respect to the position of their opponents, they show the flaw in the argumentation, and that is why, if you are philosophically interested, Ishvara Prativijna Vimarshini and Vivritti Vimarshini are the books for you to learn. Before I go to the topic, I had a question. Why is this called Kashmiri Shaivism and not Shaivism as such? And I would like to start from that. I myself do not use the category. Personally speaking, I neither like nor approve the title Kashmiri. It is a misnomer. Number one, the types of Shaivism that were prevalent in Kashmir were not the non-dualist type only. And number two, non-dualist Shaivism was not only popular in Kashmir. So that criteria was introduced by one Indian English writer, and it became like a category now. And this became such a hurdle. I don't know if these things are even good to come in record. When I graduated in Varanasi, I graduated in Yoga Tantra Agama, and that integrated the Dvaita or Advaita, Trika or all the texts. And I went to Nepal to establish the department for Tantric studies. And some sinister Pandits first said, this will ruin our Sanskrit college, because these guys, you never know, tomorrow they might ask for a lab with wine and everything. Really. And then when that issue was resolved, he's a good Pandit, doesn't even eat garlic and onion, that let's not worry about it. I personally need to maintain this disguise, but I have to be serious about it so that the whole Shastra is not denigrated. And then the second thing they made a mess was after having the curricula, they said, look, we have so much of Tantra in Nepal and he's trying to bring the Kashmiri Tantra in Nepal. I never thought that type, I didn't have a response. Like when you are playing chess, you know what potential moves your opponents can make. The regionalism is one of the moves we make that there is no counter to it. Because for this is such a petty denigration of humanity. We are talking about ideas that are welcomed by the globe. Every place of earth I have walked to, be it China, Japan, Brazil, or any other part of Europe or America, more than 100 universities in America, why should the Westerners not ask that question? Why should they hire me in their best universities and let me teach the philosophy of Bharatavarsha? With open heart, why should their students come and listen to people like me? And people like you, who are born in this Punya Bhumi, think that there is some Bengali Tantra and Kashmiri Tantra and Southern Tantra and be divided upon these issues. That is the most troubling thing in my head. I just don't have answer to that. Anyway, let's move on to why these ideas are so essential. And yes, of course, as a philosopher and a textualist, I might cross my boundary and go to some textual depth. You have to forgive me. But my intention is not to be misunderstood or to overwhelm, but to try to synthesize the bubbling thoughts that are coming in my head. And I will be choosing only a selective categories to serve for your discretion. The first thing is the fundamental concept of freedom. Shaivism is the only philosophy from the Bharatavarsha to really understand freedom. I am saying historically. From the Advaita perspective, if the world as such does not exist, we as individuals are not real, and if our manifest reality is just a rope appearing like a snake, there is no question of freedom. Whose freedom? Brahman as such is not free, because free means you exercise your rights. Free entities change. Free entities are capable of being more and being less and being different. Brahman cannot be more or less or be different. Freedom requires that we acknowledge our bondage also. That we are bound, we are limited, we are seeking something. Freedom touches the core of the human heart because We all want to be free. I sometimes talk to my students in America, very revolutionary. I was also at one time 16, and everybody those days marched in the streets of my generation, every student, and we want freedom, we want democracy, and everybody was like that. I was the same young generation. And my students in America also marched for the rights for marijuana. Freedom is understood very differently by people in different cultures. But people always want to be free. If there's a government law binding you to do certain things and then you want to break that, it doesn't matter whether you have the voting rights or not. Voting rights is a construct. It's given that if you are able to vote, then you are free. It's another construct. But then when you are not given that right, then you want to have that right. If the government says you can't smoke marijuana and then you want to be free, you want to. What is the real freedom as such? In our all social applications, we have understood freedom in all these intentionalities, that freedom means this or that. We have not explored the very genesis of freedom. And the Trika system says the root of the freedom comes from our urgency to be full, purnata. Because we all are finding ourselves limited, not fulfilled. I want to have more coffee. And my friends who go to drink vodka in the evening tell me the same thing. They want to have more vodka. The more we enjoy the world, more it leaves us incomplete. This incompleteness is woven in the very fabric of our being, that we are feeling incomplete somewhere. There is this discord. We are little fragmented pieces of that being and seeking a sense of singularity, and that singularity comes from Lord Shiva. Our oneness, it's not a dead silence oneness, but pulsating oneness, filled with love, filled with bliss, and filled with capacities, shaktis of the expression in multitudes of forms. And that is why this freedom is so central to human existence, but it's not just only unique to human existence, it's intrinsic to all the sentient beings. Because if you trap one insect, the insect struggles to be free. Even plants do exercise to lean towards the sunlight. That is their freedom, seeking freedom. So therefore, we need a philosophy to address our reality, and our reality is the reality of seeking completeness, purnata, and that purnata, fullness, grants our freedom. That purnata is the Ishvara Pratyavijna, that is the recognition that I am Shiva. And this brings to the second point. What is this Shiva? Shiva, the word, Shiva is not a hermit with matted hair and some wrapped up snakes drinking poison and riding a bull. All these are metaphors for describing some modes of being, but Shiva as such is constituted of the 5 categories: Chit or pure consciousness, Ananda, bliss, Ichha, volition, Jnana, cognition, and Kriya, action. Chit, Ananda, Ichha, Jnana, and Kriya, of which we give the Panchakrama, the 5-fold succession of the expression in the absolute intrinsic form, that is Chid and Ananda, Chidananda, Nirvara, replete with bliss and consciousness, and then it expresses itself outside in volition, in cognition and action, and then this volition, cognition and action constitute the triad, the first triad, the trika of para, para, and apara. The 3, Tadeva Devi Trayamantarastam Anuttaram Me Prathayat Swarupam. Abhinavagupta therefore says that. First of all, what we have is consciousness. And what that consciousness seeks to actualize in the very material, crude form, it wants to have some fun, have little joy, orgasm. And what is that little joy is like? Ananda here is not just bliss, I don't know, I mean, Ananda is not a term that you can translate into English. Tu Nadi Samriddhau Panini derives the word Ananda from this, again, Samriddhi, this growth. There is this intrinsic drive towards multitude. Actually, in some commentarial texts, we find Ananda in the sense of multiplicity, plurality. We find our joy in becoming many. Tadekshata bahusyam prajaya ekaki naivareme, when it was alone, didn't enjoy. It's so boring. This try to be the Brahman. Why the Advaita Vedantins love it so much is they haven't really tried to feel what it is like to be in that absolute solitude. And then you will know, I'm not gonna like it. I like plurality, manifold. And then all these teeming bodies of consciousness being every single entity manifest in the body, from insect body to the body of God, Brahma. All these bodies have that same bliss and consciousness manifest. And this multitude of manifestations gives us sense of joy, but then that also starts giving the opposite. Becoming many had one fun of a ride, but then we are missing something, our singularity. This is like a double-edged sword. If you are alone, you want to be many, and when it's a crowd, we want to be left alone. So that singularity wants to be reconfirmed. This reconfirmation of singularity is the recognition of Shiva nature within us. Therefore, while being many, it has never abandoned its intrinsic Shiva nature. Therefore, in every step of the way, in every mode of expression, Shiva nature is never gone, left, reduced. But we have this surplus. of experiencing our uniqueness. Not tumor, not a disease, but a surplus, a splash. Now coming in this intermingling nature we call samarasa of Shiva and Shakti, the metaphors vary from Yamala, the union, or Ardhanarishwara, half male and half female, Shiva and Shakti. And then for that Abhinava Gupta, if you go, the third concept I'm simply introducing in the singularity of Aham. Just a third word, I am, Aham. Not Aham Brahmasmi or whatever, because when you experience yourself, you do not experience yourself as I am Brahman, I am Shiva. Okay, cut it out. Just like you experience yourself as you. There is just like a basic experience of me. That's all you have. And that basic experience of you, we segment has twofold nature. One is that you yourself are self-given, meaning you are aware of yourself. And that when you are aware of yourself, you can see yourself like watching yourself. That yourself as the background we are calling Prakasha, and that watching yourself is we are calling Vimarsha. There's this spotlight type consciousness in the second phase that we are calling Shakti. Vimarsha is Shakti. Vimarsha as Shakti is reflexively gazing that Prakasha as luminosity, and these are not two different entities. It's just the analysis of one and the same principle. Meaning there is consciousness, and then you are aware of that consciousness. I pull up my beads, you all are aware of the beads. Immediately, when you are aware, your awareness, you have the awareness of knowing this thing. You do not need to ask, Dr. Mishra, am I aware of the beads? Because there is never a possibility of external verification of consciousness. Am I conscious? Could you tell me? Because when someone tells me you are conscious, that confirmation is not a confirmation of my luminosity or my intrinsic nature. Because when I say, ma'am, do you think I am conscious? And you say, yes, you are. That questioning person could be a robot. I could be a very well-designed Elon Musk style guy, maybe just pretending to be professor, lacking internal consciousness. What would it amount for me to have internal consciousness? That I need to have self-awareness, and that is why if the robotics world is going to catch up with us, they will need to have this first criteria of Vimarsha. That is a self-affirmation of one's own consciousness. That is why we have these binaries, not that these create some kind of dichotomy between Shiva and Shakti. And then the whole scholarship of the Western scholars like Sanderson, they repressed the whole Shakti and brought the Shiva. They can't really think philosophy well. When we are talking of Shiva and Shakti as metaphors of luminosity and reflexivity, they are thinking as a gender repression. And so, aham, in the first experience of I am, there is this binary already there with the integral, because my experience is integral. That integral experience itself has two aspects though. The first is just pure light and the awareness of pure light. The first pure light we called A, and the awareness we called Ha. And when A and Ha unite, we called Aham, I am. And that A and Ha's union, we expressed in the universal language of Ah. If you read Paratrishika Vivarana, you will find the first phenomenology of orgasm. No philosopher has dared to touch on such topics. So, this very intrinsic expression of being, how did the world come into being? Not some covering up or hiding or dividing or shattering, but in this instant of Shiva and Shakti coming to this fusion, in this universal expression of Ah, in which both Shiva and Shakti express itself as a singular being. There is no division between the body and the mind. Mind becomes the body, becomes the mind. Consciousness extends beyond your own body. And then when we talk things like that, I have to be a bit careful, because people will say, after all, this is tantric people, you know. We have developed a very Victorian sensibility back in India also, actually. And this sensibility was not possible in Bharatavarsha, in its flourishing culture. Go to Bhubaneswar, go to Kathmandu, or go to Khajuraho and visit some temples. And why on earth our temple arts would be replete with pornography? You know, that is how modern people would think. Because we lost this basic expression of singularity in our manifold expressions and in the polarities of the bodies and the singularities of Sanghata. Abhinavagupta uses the term Sanghata. It's like when you have the ghata, like the, the old spinning wheel, two wheels banging together, then it's also reflecting the body churning, you know, like, and kind of sort of gives a metaphor of sexual union also, churning. And so this is the world. An expression of joy. And that takes the third, I guess, point towards how to view the world, because starting from Sankhya, dukkhatraya bhigata jigyasa tadapaghatake hetau, because we want to know, because we are always tormented by threefold dukkha. And then we go to the all-wise, omniscient Bhagavan, Buddha, Sarvam Dukkham, everything is only suffering. To every school, we go from one philosophy to the next. The world is full of suffering. Then maybe you just want to be done with it. No, it is not good thing. Kashi karvat karlo. I mean, there is a concept that it is dharma shastrically allowed that there is one place in Kashi you can jump off and die, and it is not considered sinful. If our life is just suffering, if the world is just miserable, and if there is nothing for you to expect any joy or good or bliss coming on its way, it's just lingering the disease. If the world is just so much a problem, we are just lingering disease. The alternative philosophy to this is that, no, even in the most critical condition, one of the best friends in America has her brother in hospital. Now breathing from the tube cut through the throat with the tube feed, and has lost all consciousness. Before he lost his consciousness, he made sure that nobody takes the tubes out of him. He wants to live till the last breath possible. And the person is comatose right now. And in America, the law is such that the attorneys don't even have the power, because he just wrote that nobody, not even the attorney, should intervene in his right to survive God-given life. If this world is so much painful, so much miserable, why are people even in such state still want to find one more glimpse of the world, one small instant to linger our being? If this whole thing is so painful, why continue it anymore? But everybody wants mana bhuvam hi bhuyasam iti prema atmanikshate. Even Vidyaranya says, nobody says, let me not be. Everybody says, let me continue to be. Everybody has that love for the self. So there comes a positive twist towards life and being brought by the idea of freedom. And then I had addressed a little bit in the first session of the pulsation of spanda. And that comes with unmesha and nimesha, two more categories, but I'll translate most of the terms. The first is the very idea of kinchit chalana, means slight motion. It doesn't need to have tremendous level of vibration or whirlpool of thoughts and volitions. But this Shiva nature, when Somananda thought of this non-dual Shiva nature, he explained that there is a succession within Shiva nature. From actualizing its volition, Shiva recognizes it wants to experience the manifold. And then Shiva cognizes itself and Shiva acts to materialize its manifold. There is a succession, because otherwise it would be all one and the same. Therefore, there must be some type of shift between the stage of volition to the stage of action. And the stage of volition could not be the stage of action. There must be some difference. There must be some succession, meaning difference, meaning Shiva nature should be intrinsically self-differing. And that is where bigger philosophical problem comes. I do not want to go to further depth for fears. I might lose some of you. But why this much is necessary for us to address is being one and having some type of difference within sort of explains our everyday reality. We live that life. We differ ourselves. And we have differing thoughts constituting our singular being. We are as if different persons within our singularity. Now, this singularity expresses out and in such ways that one is called the revealing unmesha and then concealing nimesha. When Shiva nature is concealed, the world nature is revealed. When world nature is concealed, Shiva nature is revealed. How does it work? Sometimes you are aware of your surrounding and you forget for a second your own true nature. Other times you are self-aware and less aware of your surrounding. It's as simple as that. Everyday happening that within my self-awareness I am having a loss of the awareness of my surrounding, and in the mandala it plays the best way. In a mandala you have a center, bindu, and then let's go all the way to bhupura, the external gates. The external gates are the external world, and the inner place, the bindu, is vidhi kriyayam swatantra, autonomous in the act of cognizing. Bindu means the autonomous cognizing subject. So we are conscious individuals, and that central drop is our individuation, and the external gates is our externalization, reaching out to the periphery. And that is a constant process. We are always reaching out and coming in. And there is nothing to be worried about. What is liberation like in the Trika system then is not just to go reach to the bindu, a journey that is taught by all the philosophers, all the other philosophers. There is a central point you have to go to, a singularity. Somebody said this bindu point is empty. Somebody says it is Brahman. Somebody said it is God. Everybody says go to the center. What are the Trika masters saying? Of course, go to the center, but then come back to the periphery. Because these are also the modes of your expression, and that is where the Panchakrama concept of fivefold expression comes. I will remove all the technical jargon. First, why should I reveal all the Kalikrama to you? Two, you might find it mind-bogglingly difficult. So, in the most simplified form, this what I said in the last section, Vameshwari, the pure consciousness that emits space. The first is Chidakasha, the space of pure consciousness itself. And within that Chidakasha is constituted go, like the space, the internal space of antaha, internal karana, the agentive factors. Like your ego, your intellect, your mind, these factors constitute the innermost core of gocharis. The particular energies that manifest in internal cognitive processes. Pure consciousness discovers its intentionality. One of the original thinking of Bharatavarsha is consciousness can be non-intentional. But yet another thinking from the Trika is it has both the dimensions. If one aspect touches intentionality, another aspect transcends intentionality. It transcends our structures, our forms, our dichotomies. It manifests in dichotomous terms because it transcends space and time. It is time constituting and space constituting, because in absence of consciousness you have neither time nor space. Therefore it is consciousness that conforms our spatiality and temporality. Meaning we are in time, that is also confirmed by consciousness. Meaning we are somewhere, that is also confirmed by consciousness. If you do not have consciousness, you cannot say you are at Rishihood University today. Today is your temporal designation of your being. Rishihood University is your special confirmation of your being. For both confirmations, you require your consciousness. This is the Unmesha Nimesha flow in the first emergence we call Gochari. They just don't worry about the names. And then we have different directions, expression of different directions that you find in the cognitive faculties like our eyes and ears running into different locales and trying to capture information. And then Bhu, the ground, we have the last one of the succession, the energies that flow in materiality, in the embodied modes of expression through our karma and jnana indriyas, through our sensory and motor faculties. We also have memory in our motor organs. The world, in essence, is distilled mass of consciousness. There is no real difference between materiality and pure luminosity of consciousness. The world as such, as it appears as external to us, is neither external. The space that appears far and close is not really as such. All that is the modes of pulsation of that pure singular being of Shiva and Shakti. What it is then, we are this dynamic play of Shiva and Shakti. And this is what is taught in essence as the doctrine of Trika. And that is why in our external, internal, all modes, what we regain or reconfirm is this essential, I started from Chitananda, is the essential form of our own bliss and consciousness. That is why Spanda Karika says, Aham sukhi cha dukhi cha raktascha ityadi samvidaha sukhadyavastha nisyute vartante netrataha sputam. Aham sukhi, like what subjects say, I am happy. Aham dukhi, I am sad. Because I was not trying to suggest that you are never sad, only happy. All I was saying is that even in the state of that saying, I am sad, there is this person confirming one's presence, expressing one's being through the modes of sadness. Let me insert a tiny story here. My good friend asked me a few years back, can you please counsel my mother? I'm not a counselor, but you know, for your friends, you can't even say that. And she's this old lady, I listened to her, And she complains about her life, her son, her daughter, and mostly her daughter-in-law. And she's an Indian lady. Okay? And then, in very painful way of expressing that, because sometimes she bursts into tears also. And after 2 hours, I thought I've done my due. And my friend says, just like, could you please, like, you know, she feels a little better. Can you just spend a little more time? And like, after like second time, I'm like, no, your mother is actually a very happy person. And you have mistaken her. No, she just keeps complaining and crying and all. And I say, she's happy this way. She enjoys when she can complain about her daughter-in-law. We are our own paradoxes. We can't just be plainly happy. We are masochistically happy sometimes. And happiness is at the bottom nonetheless, okay? But it's just like how we enjoy our happiness. Who am I to tell my friends doing drugs is not the way to be happy? You know, so many people are doing it. If I go after drugs today, you all will be worried he will come after our drinks tomorrow. So drinking is another way, but at the end of the day, this shadowing, covering of our immediate reality, blocking our consciousness, pretending to be happy is not real happy. But that's just another mode of masochistic way of being happy. Whether you do drugs or you drink or you are just simply masochistic to, you know, and or the way these days even the high school kids have started to cut themselves to express God knows what. Expressing joy in suffering. So these are not the natural ways to be happy though. These are actually the distorted forms of experiencing oneself. But if we were to cultivate it in a more healthy way, that's why we give rituals. And that's why we give the mandalas, that's why we give visualizations. And all these systems of mandalas, all these systems of mantras, all these systems of mudras, varied forms of expressions come in this context of articulating, structuralizing. Because if you do not give structure to how to be happy, then you are going to be happy in not the way you should be happy. I grew up in a farmland. One of the things I did as a young kid was also, because it's like Nepalese farms are like in the slopes, and you have to help your water flow through all the time where you want to direct the water to go to. Otherwise, the water will just find its own way and not go to the place where it has to reach, and half your field will just dry out. We all have this urgency towards happiness, urgency towards freedom, urgency towards self-expression, and what these rituals are doing these are giving the limits to experience the possibilities of our happiness, the possibilities of our expressing freedom. We cannot express our freedom all the way in the world. That doesn't mean that we should not be allowed to hypothesize within our own heads and explore the possibilities. How many objects you can visualize at the same time? What is a mandala? I am Sri Vidya. I hear, like, particularly if you are from the South, spiritual, that's very common. I'm not rejecting that, but I'm just do you know the level of complexity required to actually get to the point of visualizing these Vidyas? When you cultivate that capacity, so therefore, the practice, Tantra, I do not address only a form of philosophy. I always say, practice. Are you interested also in practicing? I'm happy to teach you. Oh, no, I don't want to learn. I have this guru. Go. I mean, that's great. You have somebody guiding you. But then, what is so essential is, these are not the types of philosophies that we do in the West. Analytical philosophy, phenomenology, or God knows how many different disciplines, where there is nothing for you to do. And these are just some theories. There is nothing to transform. When a philosopher makes an argument, it is not demanding a transformation of horizon. It is only giving a different way of thinking about that. It's a kind of thought game, basically. Play of thought. While we are touching upon something as sacred as Trika philosophy, our attitude should be a bit different. Because why it is necessary? It's not because it's yet another holy book and don't touch that way, but what I mean is, it is supposed to work within us. It is supposed to create us something different, bring about change. And that change cannot be brought about by mere thoughts. So many thoughts we have, like go to college, go to schools. Great, great thoughts. And I already said, these thoughts do not bring about change. You have to have motivation, and that requires action. And therefore, ritual is the philosophy of action. We therefore teach people to have rituals. Now, rituals are heavily denounced since when it started, almost like the Brahmana text, but predominantly with the rise of Buddhism and Jainism. And then we continued all the way to Shankara's Advaita Vedanta that this ritual is meaningless thing because it has nothing to do with self-realization. It's just a bondage. So what we are doing then in addressing rituals is we are not really, without addressing ritual, we are not addressing the core of the constituents of consciousness. Our human consciousness is ritualistic. We are performing some type of ritual. We are listening, I'm talking, this is a ritual, and you will ask some questions, ritual. In a particular way, that's a ritual. We started with silence, that's a ritual. Why are we not free from rituals? Consciousness can never be freed from some type of structure. Ritual is simply a structure for consciousness to flow through. If you recognize the structure by means of recognizing rituality, recognizing ritual, then you will understand the depth of consciousness more profoundly than just randomly escaping the ritual paradigm of consciousness and simply invoking the type of consciousness that is neither intentional nor actualized in the modes of expression. Therefore, na dukkham na sukham yatra na grahyo grahako na cha na chasti mudha bhavopi tadasti paramarthata, when the Spandakarika says that na dukkham na sukham yatra, in that absolute state neither is there bliss nor suffering, nor joy nor suffering. In that state neither is the cognizer nor something cognized. Neither is the state of inertia. And that state does exist in reality. It's a successive negation, a fourfold negation. The first is the negation of pain and pleasure. The second is the negation of subject and object. And then the last is the negation of inertia. And the final is the confirmation of being. Because these series of negation might lead people to think that this is yet another prasangika way. What is prasangika? This is the Buddhist philosophy. Because now most of the intelligent people say they follow Buddhist philosophy. I'm not saying they read or they understand. They like to pretend. And what they have not thought through is the type of emptiness, the level of prasangikas that is outside of language and structure and all the things, and we are trying to make it applicable. That is yet another, I think, a blunder, like trying to drag Advaita Vedanta to solve every problem. Which is okay, I'm not accusing anybody, I'm just addressing philosophical problem. It was a beautiful day in 2010, January something. I was in Bangalore, I love this, you can't get chiku in America. So I love chiku's lassi, in the morning. Come down and there is this fresh lassi maker, juice maker, and then just right next door of the hotel. And before he even opens the hotel, I'm like his juice shop, I'm already standing there. After my morning walk already. And then he comes, lovingly opens that store and goes inside. I do namaste. And he takes little time, goes, burns his incense and goes to the corner and then, does his incenses to Shankaracharya's photo. So, who am I to say that Shankaracharya was the greatest philosopher and why are you doing this? Because no, he's God to me, right? So that is how Hinduism works. Guru is God and all of that. But my point is, when it's okay for us to bring down Shankaracharya to address our diarrhea and headache and everything, why not we actually recognize his respectful space of the absolute philosophy and then study the type of philosophy that actually does address the type of problems we are dealing with, the type of problems of our world, the type of problems of our enjoying our embodied being. We are in this body and we are like bag of emotions and we have this existential threat of self-annihilation and so many other issues like cultural and social issues are integral to our being, and we can keep denying all those as our real problem, but we are living those issues every day. And therefore, we may be being actually disrespectful to ourselves. Meaning, multi-philosophical aspect. That is what I'm going to say, and then we'll have maybe lunch. So multi-philosophical aspect comes from the manuals of Sarvamnaya. If you read the manuals for Sarvamnaya rituals, the Sri Yantra becomes the central metaphor in which you have the gates, the bhupura, and then the petals, and the more petals, and the triangles, and more triangles, going all the way to Bindu. And then you have, first in bhupura, you have the Charvaka Darshana. And then you have Sankhya, and you have Yoga, and you have the Vaishnava philosophies, the dualistic Siddhanta philosophies, and you have the non-dual Shiva philosophy. Ultimately, we go to Mahartha, the absolute singularity of Kali. So, in a mandala, if you have a Sri Yantra, if you are worshipping Sri Yantra, you have a mandala, right? You have the gates. And you have 16 petals, you have 8 petals, you have the Bindu. Are you the worshipper of Bindu, or are you also the worshipper of the gates? I already said that Tantra is not just a worship of the Bindu. It is the worship, of course, of the gates too. And gates is the Charvaka philosophy. Materialism. Therefore, there's a little bit of materialist in us. We have to recognize our materiality. We have to recognize our physicality. And we have to recognize a tiny bit of hedonism that is intrinsic to us, and we may do some tapas and convert or divert that hedonistic side from us to read some books or write some songs or listening to music or something, but then we are simply divesting that energy into some other forms, but not that we can deny that we have it there. It is not only that this is not a one book culture, this is not a one philosophy culture. We need multiple philosophies to address multiple aspects of human reality. And that is why Trika is not just a one philosophy. If Para as the absolute is teaching us non-dualism, we have Apara teaching dualism. Para is at the middle and teaching us dualism and non-dualism. This triadic structure is not therefore the ultimate, because there is still a transcendence of these triadic structures in the self-recognition, because pure consciousness does not even like to be dual, non-dual or all. It wants to escape these structures as well. We are beyond the structures. We are singular and the manifold. I have a bunch of things, but I'm not reading any notes. And I would say, because I'm just like my timer is not working, so depending on time we have, I can open for questions or we can just go for food. So let's open for conversation and whatever time allowed. And then if not much time, then we can go for food, or if there's time, then we can have a conversation. And then finally, by the way, that the last section, the whole thing, will have time for conversation too. So I'm trying to give you as much focus on actual conversation as just the conversation, a monologue. Yes, sir, thank you.
So I have a question about, so in the state of incompleteness, you are aspiring to be complete.
Yeah.
That is freedom. But when you are in the state of completeness, then that is the state of unfreedom, because that's the state of Brahman. So there is a contradiction, no?
In the state of fullness, Purnata, what is this Purna? Nira, Samsat, Purnad, Purna, that has no modes of expression, Nirasams. Nirasamsat Purnat ahamiti pura bhasayati yat dishakham ashaste tadanucha vibhangtum nijakalam Swarupadunmesha prasarana nimesha sthiti jushas tadadvaitam vande paramashiva shaktyatma nikhilam. Abhinava Gupta says, what happens in that absolute singularity? There's this urgency to experience I am. Shiva wants to recognize its fullness. This being full is not enough. I want to feel my freedom. I want to experience my freedom. Like one is being rich, another is to really feel one's richness. One is to know, another is to be recognized as someone who knows. One is to know the arts of dance, another is to mesmerize the audience. And so this singularity of Shiva is unrecognized at the time of pure singularity. And I, not say he Shiva, I the Shiva wants to experience my fullness. And the only way I experience my fullness is through the manifold. That is the first paradox. Because it's only in my expression, or first me experiencing in my like in the aham, that I first experience my fullness confirmed by the other person into subjectivity. Because my fullness, my joy also needs to be the joy confirmed by the others. My partner confirms I'm happy. And then why should it be the case?
So how do you square that with the idea of Sakshi Bhava?
Sakshi Bhava in Advaita, mostly stressed in Advaita Vedanta, is a completely disinterested, transcendent self. That Sakshi Bhava is not a permanent mode either, because Sakshi or witness is as long as there is something to witness. If there is nothing to witness, what is witness for? You can say the witness is witnessing emptiness. That's a very boring witnessing. So therefore, ultimately, we would say it's not even Sakshi Bhava. And so it will go to absolute negation. What it is like, there is no pin, there is like a pin drop silence. Even Sakshi Bhava would not really address that fullness. Sakshi Bhava will not have some sense of, like I witness a murder, why would that make me full, replete, joyous? I mean, I have to be, sacred to feel. So Sakshi Bhava does not necessarily come with the sense of completeness or self-recognition. Therefore, these ideas are slightly different from the idea of Sakshi Bhava. I know I could just go along the lines of defending, but I have this appointment right now. I'm not going to do my, that job. That's because I'm trying to present arguments from the Trika perspective. I'm not going to defend Advaita right now today. Not today. Yes, sir.
Hi, I have a question. My name is Nilanjan, and just a question that Nepal was discovered by, like you mentioned previously, the name of the person.
Okay, sorry. I was just joking.
Okay.
It was Mark, because like they say that the Kubjika tradition doesn't exist, and
Right.
then he wrote some books and went to do anthropology, and
Right.
then he wrote Manthana Bhairava, and then now everybody talks about Nepal and having this tantra, and
Right.
before Mark said, and nobody talked about it, and but that doesn't mean that people were not practicing. My point was that people have always been practicing these things, and we are living with such depravity, a mental poverty, that we need somebody come from outside and say, man, you have such great ideas, and then, oh, really? No, I mean, so it was a little bit, I mix up all kinds of sarcasm in the middle. So,
Thank you so much, sir.
yeah. Okay, well done.
Sir, there is one question from an online participant. She asks that you have used consciousness and pure consciousness. Is there any difference and what it is?
So consciousness, when I'm saying it is intentional, meaning like I have the consciousness of my beards, and pure consciousness, I'm talking about not having any intentionality or not having any object or not having any horizon for consciousness. So Shuddha Chit or pure consciousness is the base of foundation. And when I'm simply talking about consciousness, this is the conscious mode of expression having an object. That is the simple difference I'm making.
Acharya ji, when you were talking about multiple gurus, even for Abhinavagupta, but he did mention that he got full Samavesha from Somananda and rest are gurus, but he does give credit to Somananda as full Samavesha. So is there a concept of root guru? Like you can have multiple gurus, but there is one root guru.
Of course, yeah. That's because particularly when you are in the order, who gives you Purna Abhishek, like full consecration, but that doesn't mean that other gurus are therefore not your gurus, right? So yes, the Mula Guru concept is always there.
I am Shiva, and I'm experiencing this body. In this process, I'm, getting into materialistic desires and ultimately getting more pains and sufferings. Then ultimately I need to realize that I need to come out of these pains and sufferings. And that is where I have to have this gyan, this knowledge that I must, realize myself. Now, it's out of my ignorance or ego that I continue to, seek more, materialistic pleasures, and it leads to more pains and sufferings. How do I, gain this knowledge to come back and realize that I am Shiva?
Materiality is not outside of you. Material world is not outside of Shiva. If everything is one, everything is Shiva, materiality is not expunged of Shiva nature. But it hurts and we suffer. That is why many of my friends from the West who come to India, and now I'm being one of them actually, enjoy Indian meal so much for 2 days and are in bed the third day. It's not knowing how to enjoy. Babies touch fire. Mother screams and then the baby learns because mother screams, therefore one shouldn't touch. He hasn't touched the fire yet. He's simply not trying to annoy the mom. And one day mom is not around, finally the boy is courageous, goes and catches fire and then burns. And then realizes fire is evil. So when the boy grows, he still has the memory of that fire burning his fingers. Should he exterminate fire? So there is this use of fire, proper use of fire. The same way we have fire of desire. That's the most prevalent fire in all of us. The zeal to be, the zeal to survive, the zeal to experience my manifold. Should we exterminate this? No. We need to find ways to recognize this. Because denying is one mode, going crazy about it is another mode. Like touching the fire is one mode, running away from it is another mode. Recognizing the fire as fire is what wise people do, and then they use it for heating and the energy and all the possibilities come. We can cook food and then eating raw and cooked, there's just such a difference between eating raw rice versus the cooked one. The difference between recognizing reality and scaring people, because parinama tapa samskara dukkhair gunavritti virodhacha dukkhameva sarvam vivekinaha, Patanjali said. Wise people say everything is suffering because either there is suffering due to transformation or regrets or due to some samskaras. And there is always a conflict between the gunas and their modifications. So what we are saying is, you think you enjoy, no matter what you do, you may enjoy like right now, but tomorrow you are going to regret. So everything you do is at the end just suffering. What I'm trying to argue is, I'm not saying this is wrong, but what did you say? It's one spectrum of reality. One is running like crazy, the 99% of the masses today running to enjoy the world. And then it gets a beat up this way, beat up that way, like some bulls running in the middle street and get hit, and then they like enter somewhere and they beat up, like everywhere. Like these are like cattle, uncontrolled, and then running into one's field to the next, and then suffering, being beaten up. Doesn't know why being beat up. So food there, goes and he is beaten. And then ultimately he realizes, everything I go to look for food, I get sick. Therefore I'm going to die hungry. That's the reaction. So what Trika suggestion is this is both misconception. People are not eating up just because eating is bad. It's just eating somebody else's food is bad. So then we recognize what is tena tektena bhunjitha mahagridaha kasya svidhanam, and that recognition dawns. And then that is like, do we suffer? Physical suffering is there, mental suffering is there, but then these, when recognized, these modes of expression, dukkham api sukhayate, even the modes of suffering just turn into blissful modes, because these modes of pain, suffering are also felt within the very domain of Chiti, that is Kali. In the most depressing mode of my being, the very expression of consciousness is, the foundation is Kali. She is never denied. I can't deny her. And that recognition is the greatest of the recognition. That Abhinavagupta has, he says, Nija nijeshu padeshu patantima karana vrittaya ullasita mama. So let my sensory faculties go to, this is earlier than Abhinava actually, but the idea is, let our sensory faculties go to the reciprocal objects and be joyous on those objects, because nakhalu kacha nakala kalasti me tava chaka kilanastuti ambike. That is the Abhinavagupta. That Abhinavagupta says, oh mother, I don't have any modes. in which I'm not praying you. How can you just be such a liar? You are watching like these people playing dance and music and all. But no. In every mode of consciousness that I'm aware of the act of consciousness, and that is that very Chiti, Bhagavati, Sambit, that is Parashakti, Kali, Karshini, whatever the names you put to her. And that recognition allows you that in the joyous or painful modes, you are still, there is this higher state of being, the bliss of being. That is only confirmed. That's constantly being confirmed, not rejected. And therefore, even in our modes of suffering, as I mentioned earlier, there is still some sort of ananda ongoing. And this is a different type of recognition than simply reducing to, will that cause a philosophical problem for me? That is another question, because can I do like Advaita Vedanta and Trika? I have personally never found that problematic in my life. Half of the works I've done is from Advaita Vedanta. My PhD is on Advaita Vedanta actually. I wrote my dissertation on Drishti Srishti, and I have my guru, Bharati Swami, he has this Darshana Sarvasva, and that is the book where he has given the most solid arguments in rejection of Trika, in defense of the Advaita Vedanta. Oh, what is a drama? How could he do that? I have many students. Why don't you reject him? I'm like, why would I reject? He is my guru. But no, but that is like we don't have in the Trika. How could he reject? These are just modes of our joy. Like what people expect is not what we do. These are great philosophies we are bound to defend. And when we are not taking it just as the absolute only one thing. That's why just like one book culture could be problematic, one philosophy culture can also be problematic. We need multiple perspectives functioning simultaneously. Our reality is complex, therefore our interpretive modes need to be complex. The original agamas were segmented into 4 sections. The first section is called Jnana. The second is Yoga. Third is Kriya. And the fourth is Charya. The idea was that in the Jnana section, the nature of the Absolute is revealed, what it is like, and the world and its connection to the individual, the self, everything discussed there, the categories, the tattvas. So far we have primarily just discussed Jnana. The second section is Yoga, Yoga Pada, the section on Yoga. And the third is Kriya, action. What particular activities you are supposed to do to live that philosophy taught in the Jnana Pada. And Charya, what should your activities in life, your conduct in life should be like. So these days we have this tremendous opportunity to learn, and we are focusing more and more on Jnana. And one thing I have realized, Also with my experience in Vimarsha, oh my gosh, am I just creating a university, not like a huge money and institution, all that, meaning just learning, some jnana, not understanding. The thing is, many of us have curiosity. Most of my students in America are curious. Jigyasa is one thing, curiosity is another. In Sanskrit, there is a suffix san. And that suffix makes words like jigyasa, like pipasa. Punaha punaha atishayena patum ichha pipasa. Meaning, we say, I want to drink, but then there is a pipasa is like really again and again have the urgency to drink. Bubhuksha. Bhuk laiye. You are hungry. Mujhe bubhuksha hai. I'm like, I could eat a mountain. It's like, I really want to eat. From the tradition of Agama, at least. Because the very premise is that the Absolute is constantly manifesting and you should be able to get in touch with it more or less any time. Not experiencing it is the aberration. Having that experience is not an exception. No asya abrahmavit kule bhavati. In his family, there shall not be anybody who doesn't realize the Brahman. That is the premise. Not that, oh my gosh, yeto Brahman realized, okay, that is an aberration. It is not supposed to be like that. So Yoga Pada, the very premise is that we need to bring to yoga, to experience, to charya, have the rituals, kriya, the conducts like mandala worships and all of these. Within that, in kriya, I will focus briefly on like 3 different sets of yoga, from the mostly primarily from Malini Vijayatara perspective. That's the heart of Trika, as I mentioned to you earlier. The first and foremost is sixfold yoga. Sixfold yoga is mostly identical to Patanjalian eightfold yoga with like 5 of the same components and 3 removed, 1 added, making 6. From within Ashtanga, you have 5 and take out 3 and add 1 new component. So the five components, pranayamas, tatha dhyanam, pratyaharotha dharana, tarkaschaiva samadhischa, sadango yoga uchyate. There is 6 fold limbs of yoga. That is starting from pranayama, the regulation of breath, dhyanam, meditation, pratyahara, to withdraw the sensory faculties, dharana, to fixate your mind on a specific object, tarka, supportive reasoning, and samadhi, final absorption. So in this you find one element, that is tarka. That does not exist in the eightfold yoga of Patanjali. That is crucial to tantric yoga. And so therefore, rather than focusing on all the limbs of yoga, I will only talk about number 1, the very word yoga, and then on tarka. Because then you can anytime go and listen to eightfold other yogas from Patanjali because they are the same. Number 1, yoga. Yoga simply means union. But yoga as union does not really fit in Patanjali's paradigm, because there is a real separation between Purusha and Prakriti. When you are self-realized, it is not that Purusha and Prakriti become one. On the contrary, they divorce to never see each other again. Rangasya darsayitva nivartate nartaki yasa nrityate purushasya darsayitva. There's just like on a stage, a dancer comes and shows her dance, and then she's just like, okay, done. Prakritehe sukumarataram nakinchid astiti me matir bhavati. So that's like the Prakriti is so shy that she comes and reveals one to Purusha, and then when she realizes she has been exposed, and she goes to hiding forever. So this is the other side, Sankhya Yoga. And the Tantric Yoga is the actual union, a fusion. Sama rasa, that is why the words are noteworthy. Sama rasa, rasa, the juice. Sama, equal. Grite gritam jale jalam. The basic idea is if you mix butter in butter, if you mix water in water, there really is no difference. When you unite, it should be like water in water. So that is the type of yoga of the Atman and Paramatman, our individuality in the Absolute. Becoming one is like the water mixed in the water itself. There is really no separation. Therefore, this yoga is called the yoga of Samarasya, the mode of being Samarasa, commingling. And the other terms used are Yamala and Sanghata, like banging together or united. So all these metaphors or vocabulary suggests towards an absolute fusion of the polarities that we live by, and that is also very noteworthy when we are going towards meditation. What is the fundamental polarity we have? We have the polarity number one of subject and object. This is what you have to learn to unite. What the Tantric Yoga is going to teach you is how your subject is one pole and object is another pole, and you come to infuse them both and discover that your pure and pristine mode of consciousness is that singularity, and it itself has split into two, like the chickpeas, chana, which like has two sides and feels like two separable units, but if you split them apart, there is no sprouting. So the sprouting itself is a product of these two polarities, like our thinking, for example, coming from these two different hemispheres of our brain feels like two different entities working separable, but if you split them, there is no thought. Supportive thought would be no, they are unaware of the gravity or the depth of the philosophy. That is a supportive thought. Because there is always an opposite thought, negative thought, that is constantly conflicting with our determination. You want to achieve something in life, there are 2-3 factors working at the same time. Your very brain starts conflicting because you have different samskaras bubbling together, and your family friends become the part of your unmanifest part of samskaras, because you listen to the only type of ideas that are more supportive for the samskaras that are to flourish. And therefore you have to cultivate sattarka, positive thinking. Having sattarka, means blocking negative tarkas. I don't need it. Feel content on what you want to do. So I generally test students who say, can you teach me practice? Look into not the astute intelligence alone, but want to see stubbornness. If the person is not stubborn, he is not cut out to be a student. I say, can you do fasting for 7 days, maybe one time meal? And that's just like what? For which deity? I don't even believe in any gods. I'm not asking you to worship any gods. Can you go hungry? You don't need to go hungry for a god. But why? It's just to go hungry for the sake of going hungry, to experience hunger. What's wrong with you? Why do you need to go hungry for? Just go hungry so you can feel hunger and in its entirety. Feel thirst in its entirety. And that type of thing requires some stubbornness. I'm not asking them to sleep on needle. I have seen those people. Or asking to raise your hand and for 12 years or just standing on one foot. That's a different level of stubbornness that I myself am not cut out for. But Sattarka is a positive thought. The positive thought that sometimes requires you to be stubborn. Because why it is Sattarka? You invest 2 hours of a day every day to do something that has zero return in your stock, zero return in your bank balance, zero return in your social image, your family, anything. Therefore, you need to have very strong positive thought towards what you want to do. We can call that also determination, sankalpa. Tanme manaha Shiva sankalpa mastu. Very strong determination. When you have this determination, then we can move through different stages of meditation. The first thing I would go through is what Malini Vijayottara teaches, the sixfold meditation. Let me first go through the Vyoma or the void. The experience of the void. I know that this is going to be more like a description because you need to be in your space when you can really zone out and then do it. So it's not going to be like guided meditation. It will be more like information, and then either you can record in your mind or come back to me, and then we can go through more on how to progress in these empty states. I teach 5 voids. So imagine 6 chakras. These chakra things have been so popular and you can Google, and so I'm not even going into details, but in between these 6 chakras, imagine just empty space. Like there is a Muladhara chakra and Swadhisthana chakra. In between is an empty void. Ritu chakram swaradharam trilaksham vyoma panchakam. This is the line from the Netra Tantra. So when you visualize on one empty state, lead from that one empty state to the next, jump from one void, shunya, to another void, shunya. In between Muladhara and Swadhisthana, you have the first empty space. Feel that emptiness within. From that emptiness, move to the emptiness between Swadhisthana and Manipura chakra in the navel. So below the navel, imagine empty space. You can slow down your breathing and just enter prana into the void with your mind. Take your mind to see the empty space and feel that emptiness, complete hollowness. Also said Sushira. Between Manipura and Anahata chakras is another empty space. Between Anahata and Vishuddha chakra, yet another empty space, and between Vishuddha and Ajna centers, yet another void, yet another empty space. Now, after this visualizing into empty space, feel the breath going all the way to the base, Muladhara, and when you breathe out, feel the straight up in the channel of Susumna, the stick of the trident Trishula stretched straightly from your base all the way up to your eyebrows and straightly up above your head. Feel a moon of Purnima, the full moon. Up above your head, feel the full moon. Now we are visualizing Vigraha. This is the second stage of meditation following the Malini Vijayottara Tantra. Inside that lunar disk, visualize a white lotus. Seated atop a white lotus is a beautiful goddess, young, like 9 or 10 years old, charming girl, in all white dress, totally white dress, with her dark hair, luminous eyes, shiny teeth and cheeks, and beautiful body, wearing total white. Has 2 arms. With one, she's holding counting beads. With the right hand, She's holding counting beads, and the left hand down, she's holding a book. Imagine a girl sitting inside the disk of the moon, sitting atop lotus. Very fair skin and glowing white, wearing all white, carrying counting beads and a book. She's so sweet and so luminous. This is the visualization of Vigraha. The second stage of meditation following the Malini order. Now the third is the Bindu, the drop. The visualization of the drop. Up above your forehead, inside 1,000-petal lotus, imagine a triangle. Inside the triangle, imagine a white, luminous drop, shiny white drop. Breathe into this white drop, and when you interject your own ego, feel that white drop, be that white drop, and when you are into this white drop, just see this is slowly turning red. There is this little bit of I am in you going into this white drop and then slowly turning red. Now separate two drops. One is the red, another is the white. Come down to your eyebrow. Right above the eyebrow is the mixed color drop now. This is the fourth drop we are visualizing. Now bring this drop down to your breast area. Split again. Split the mixed drop into red and white. Take the white drop to your right and the red drop to your left. In your breast, visualize the white and the red drops. Now, take these two drops, go down to your navel and merge into the singular drop. It's all the mixed color, singular drop. When you visualize these drops, now recognize, going back to the first luminous drop, that singular drop is the phoneme A. In your mind, repeat the phoneme A. Just visualize A as the central drop. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra teaches abindum avisargam cha akaram japato mahan. So this repeat the A without bindu, not like or visarga, like just And then go to the visualization of the petals in each of the chakras, starting from the Vishuddha chakra, where you have 16 vowels. And then you go down to Anahata, you have 12 consonants, ka to tha. And then you go down to Manipura, da, pha. And then so way you go and you come up to Hak and Sha in the Ajna chakra. You visualize Varna. This is the Varna Dhyana, the visualization of the phonemes following the Matrika order. This is the phoneme in the order of Matrika and the Malini order. And because by the time you come to Matrika or phoneme visualization, you have already learned Vigraha, the image visualization, and therefore each of the phonemes is given its own iconic structure, like a deity form, like having multiple arms and different rides and things like that. But anyway, now you come back to your heart. Just stay focused on your heart, and then start going down, 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 all the way 7 layers. In the standing pose meditation, we give Kalagni Rudra, the deity seated on your toe. This is also called Yamadwara, the gate of the Lord of Death. They say that when one person dies, the pranas first start pulling themselves from the toes, stretching, coming upward. You can constitute many bhuvanas or layers, but the easiest thing is to think of 7 layers down, Sutala, Vitala, all these Tala, Talatala, Rasatala, Patala, like all the way going down, and then 7 stages up, starting from Bhu, the earth, the ground, Bhuvaswa Mahajana Tapasatyam, seven upward stages. 14 is the easiest form of visualizing on the realms. In this Malini order of visualization, the last one is the visualization on dhvani, the sound. Because the culmination of the resonance is the very basic consciousness. Chara, the first pulsation of prana, making the sound of soham or hamsa, rava, simple resonance, like the echo coming from a bell after you ring it. There are 9 different deeper stages of the sound discussed in Tantra Shastra for the anahata or unstruck sound in the inner modes of consciousness. First, you have to familiarize with what it means to listen to the sound inside your eardrum. Most of you should be able to listen to the sound of the blood coursing through the vein, try to exercise it on the right side of your ear, not the left ear. And don't ask me why, I'm just telling you according to the tradition. They said that some complications can arise with the left side focus. But I don't know, I haven't tried doing left side to see if any complication arises. Saptaswara, the 7 stages of the sound, is the external expression of the sound. Sari, Gama, Padani. We have classical singers here. They can teach you how this dhani, the echo, the sound is expressed. Hatha, the expressed sound. Anahata, hatha, struck and unstruck. Anahata, unstruck. Anahata hatotirna, that transcends both the struck and the unstruck sound, the 10th, the absolute silence. It is both the sound and the silence at the same time. It is the silence that feels like sound, but it's not sound in object form. That is where the subject and object merge. That's how I had started discussing meditation. In that empty state, in that soundless state, both subject and object become one. After you make some progress with this type of meditation, of cultivating empty state of the mind, when you train yourself for a few months, maybe, you can explore the Upaya literature. We are not done. We have just begun. I don't know how much time we are left. Yeah, we do have plenty of time. So we are just getting up. So don't feel maybe we are done with meditation. And then after this little bit of appetizer, the first stage of cultivating appropriate mind for meditation. You can reflect on 3 upayas. Abhinava Gupta adds anupaya also. That if you count that, and it becomes like the 4th, but anupaya means way less, and it's upaya. This, having no means itself is a means. A deeper reflection is required for you to understand what this means and how you can meditate on it. I will just cite one verse from Tantra Sara by Abhinava Gupta. Upaya jalam na shivam prakashayet ghate na kim bhati sahasradidhiti vivechayan nithamudara darshanaha swayam prakasham shivamavishet kshanat. Upaya jalam, the web of the means, no shivam prakashayet, do not reveal the Shiva nature. All your efforts are meaningless. Ghate na kim bhati sahasradidhiti. Sahasradidhiti, the sun with thousands of rays. Is it displayed by a picture? The sun reveals the picture, not the other way around. When you vivechaya nitham, when you reflect on this, that you do not make an effort to see Shiva, Shiva reveals itself. When you contemplate upon the self-revealing nature of Shiva, vivechaya nitham udara darsana, swayam prakasham shivam avishet shanat, you enter into self-revealing, self-luminous Shiva nature instantaneously. Chanat is not in 1 second, it's like in no time basically. This is not temporal experience. This is non-temporal experience. It is sudden. This is akrama. The second means is also not for you to do anything, the Shambhava Upaya. When we discuss Shiva nature, and some people go into Samadhi straightly by that very instruction. Akinchit chintakasyaiva guruna pratibodhata jayate yaha samaveshaha sambhavo savudharitaha. Akinchit chintakasyaiva, when you do not think anything, when nothing is your thought, your mind has to be such that all the thinking processes are suspended. And then there is this truth, the absolute. You just, when your thoughts cease to flow, and then you have two choices. You have a mentor who says this is the absolute truth. There is someone to reveal the absolute to you, or then you just cease there like a rock. Then guruna pratibodhat, you are rekindled. The absolute nature is demonstrated to you by the grace alone. The concept is called Shaktipada. At the time, Dikshanam, Guru Kataksha Vikshanam. When the Guru looks at you with a compassionate, loving gaze, you are initiated into order. Gurunaiva yada kale sampradayo nirupita tada pravriti mukto sau yantrastisthati kevala. The instant in which Guru reveals the nature, the subject is instantaneously liberated. Only the machine is left down. He's just functioning, breathing, eating machine. His inner self has already turned inward. He just is taking time for this machine to rest. Chakra brahmavat dhrita sharira. It's just spinning a little bit longer. But the feeding energy has been suspended. The grace of Lord Shiva. Again in here, there is not much for the individuals to do, but this is the biggest thing for you to do is waiting. When I tell the students wait for 6 months, half of them run away. And then I give one little instruction, I say, okay, do this for this much time, and then 90% go away. The biggest teaching is not information. It's about waiting. Grahya grahaka samvittihi samanyaha sarvadehinam yoginam tu visheshosti sambandhe savadhanata. Everybody has the knowledge of the subject and the object. What is peculiar about yogis is they are attentive of this conjunction. This attentiveness is what makes one yogi. Yogi doesn't have a special type experience, not all the time. 90% of the time a yogi is waiting. So when you are taught to wait, you run away because you can't wait, because that waiting, you are waiting for something. If you are told you are being taught to wait, you will find that weird. But the biggest thing is this attentiveness in waiting for the Absolute to reveal itself is when surrendering happens. Not to human individual. When you surrender to your teacher, it feels like one ego surrendering to another ego, egotistic being, and that is a whole game going on. I don't want to go to talk about the market. But then the biggest thing is about Kumhara, like the potter, who beats up and beats up and beats up the clay and makes something amazing. A teacher makes something totally unique, and people with their hyper ego cannot be made into something new. The clay has to surrender its form, the gold has to surrender its form, the water has to surrender its form, to be reconstituted, to be given new identity. From bracelet to anklet to ring to whatever, all the names. When the ego becomes too big, I'm a ring, you can't change me into bracelet, then there is no teaching. It's not about shifting the ego. The teaching is not about shifting from one ego to the next. The teaching is about teaching the fluidity of the ego. That ego is fragile, and then when that changing dynamism of ego is seen, perceived, experienced, then one can shift that to Shiva ego. Job done. We are so happy to change our ego every day. When you go to school, you are a teacher or a student. When you go home, you are a husband or a wife or a child. When you walk among friends, you are friends, and with siblings, you are brother or sister. Your ego is always changing. But there is one social ego of who you think you are is so rigid. You have to recognize its own fluidity in order to change it into Shiva ego, Shivoham. Most people feel like death when they have to give up the external ego. In the modern times, our economy helps us to learn, and it cannot help us to change. I go and teach something and students say, how much do you charge? Like some grocery store. Because you want to buy, purchase, because you are a respectable man. You can't be in debt to anybody. You can pay off. Being indebted is a feeling. Only good people can have that indebtedness. And our culture is going against this. Why would we want to be in your debt, not in debt of parents or teachers or anybody? I have paid in full. So again, the whole point is the whole Shambhava Upaya is about that absolute dawning to you at its will. And then we go to Shakta Upaya. This is the process of the purification of consciousness. How can you purify your consciousness? There are 3 stages of your consciousness, and there are 4 other stages of your consciousness. Very easy, let me explain. 3, the object state, the subject state, and the state of cognition. Let us say you are thinking about a book. Book is your object. And you are the subject. And your thought of the book is a process that binds you and the book together. And there are 4 stages in each. You have the book, consciousness arises. The rising stage of object. The idea of the book endures. Enduring stage of object consciousness. The book consciousness dissolves, dissolving state of object consciousness. Finally, your object consciousness turns back to the very modes of consciousness, cognitive process. But you cannot quite name it. Anakhya, the 4th stage. It becomes something that you can't recognize. That's what Anakhya is. The 2nd stage, your cognition also has 4 stages. The rise of cognition, the endurance of cognition, the dissolution of cognition, and that cognition turning into your self-awareness, but not there yet, so therefore you can't name it. It's something you do not know, or you have no name to it. And then you come back to your own ego. You think of me, I am. That I amness arises. When you are thinking of the object, you are not thinking of your ego. Now you are thinking of your ego. That ego consciousness arises, ego consciousness endures, ego consciousness dissolves, and again it goes to the stage of not having any particular name. The first is the 4 stages of the object, external object. The second is the 4 stages of pramana or the cognitive process. The third is the Pramatri, the subject, the 4 stages of the subject. These are the 12 stations in which your consciousness flows in every instant. Anytime you see something, a tree, a bird, a friend, a book, anything, all these 12 stages happen within a second. It can happen, or it can take a little longer time, but it happens. All the stages happen and they dissolve back to pure and pristine mode of consciousness. New form arises, new form dissolves, new form arises, new form, like the tides in the ocean. These are the forms that rise and collapse again and again. I did not mention the name of Kali because I don't want you to be scared and have a nightmare. When we talk about 12 Kalis, we are actually talking about these very 12 stages of the flow of consciousness from its most external stage to the most internal subjective mode. Even that also dissolves and regains into the 13th, what we call Kala Sankarshini, the 13th stage of consciousness, visualized merely as the flame. All the forms dissolve there, including the form of I am. All the structures go away, all the schema collapse. Now finally, Uchchara Karana Dhyana Varna Sthana Prakalpane Jayate Yaha Samaveshaha Samyaganava Uchyate. So the Samavesha practiced in the Andava stage, Andava from the Anu, the Jiva, the limited stage, requires Uchchara, first articulation of your breath, prana, and can also be articulation of the phonemes, instrumentality, karana, and visualization, dhyana, to localize the colors or the different phonemes in different stations, and the samavesha merging into pure consciousness or Shiva consciousness that comes through your articulation of prana, articulation of mantra, visualization of particular forms. This is called Andava Upaya, the means at the stage of Anu. These 4 upayas are not that you have to have all of these practiced, all that. You should just practice one because you have these more qualifications towards one. But when you are familiar with the systems, any of these might work at the time it is appropriate to you. My own personal experience is that when I'm sitting and meditating and recalling these states, spending hours and hours, and nothing may happen. And then I'm sitting in silence, and all of a sudden the experience dawns. And you may be tempted, therefore I should just not do anything then. Why in the silent mode I'm not practicing that most of these experiences reveal themselves is the mind needed more processing of its own. Without that meticulous visualization practice, I would not have any of those revelations when I am not doing anything and sitting like by the rock or watching the sunset or the tides of the ocean and having all the mystical experiences. So these upayas again reaffirm both that as an yogi you have to make your effort, upaya. But even after effort you make, it is grace. So this is not the type of yoga where you do hatha and everything comes on its own. It's not just bhakti also, like depending on grace. It's a combination of the both. There is meticulous practice and exercise on your part and humility to wait for the divine to dawn for you. This is the shortest form I could imagine to bring to you the Upaya Shastra. We have plenty of time. I am happy to address brief questions if you have on this particular meditation course, and then I'll give you a few minutes break. And then the whole last session is all about question and answers. Everything we discussed today and everything we should have discussed, everything is fair game in the Q&A session. Yes,
Namaskar, sir. Sir, you told about sixfold meditation of Malini Vidyota Tantra. So I couldn't, because I was practicing together on the moment, so I was not able to write it. Could you please repeat the 6?
So the first stage would be the empty void, which is called Vyoma. The second, just give it a sec, is Vigraha, the form like the image. And the third is Bindu, the drop visualization. Fourth is phonemes, the varnas. And fifth is Bhuvana, the different realms. And because I was not interested or we don't have time to go through, like Malini doesn't teach the 14 Bhuvanas. I inserted this 14 concept. Malini actually teaches 118. And that would require a minimum another hour of just into Bhuvana. Bhuvana meditation is a very serious, different visualizing realms, but so it's not practical right now, so I just kind of cut short there. Just letting you know. And then dhvani, the resonance or the sound. So these were the 6 stages I mentioned. Yeah.
So that's very nonsense of me, but what is Bhuvan meditation? Because this is the only part I was not able to do it.
So the just thinking of different realms inside your body. Like the easiest thing for, at least the way I do it, I do standing meditation. So when I'm standing, I have the entire loka, one realm, on the sole of my feet. And that's basically of the Kalagni Rudra. You can find some of these graphic mandala depictions also. And your ankle, you go second stage, below the knee, on the kneecap, to the joints up in your kati area, the joints, the navel. So slowly when you are coming up to the navel, or depending where you are starting, you could start from the base and below there going 7, a little arbitrary way. But this meditation is so crucial that this Virat Purusha, the cosmic person visualization, is also common to Buddhist and Jain agamas. So you can find many of the Jain depictions of the Virat Purusha. The whole idea is the cosmos is around or within your body. The whole totality of the world, all the 7, when you have the Prithvi Tattva around the navel area, below the navel, this whole Muladhara area, and then you have this extensive visualization of 7 Dvipas, islands, and the 7-fold ocean surrounding, and they go into detail. Like all these, it's not a real geography, okay? Because they have the one river is just of water, another is Ikshu Rasa, made of the sugar cane juice, and another is Grita, only made of ghee, another honey, and so on. So I don't know if there are actual rivers. So they are referring to the type of experiences a yogi feels when he is merging into those experiences of the realms. And it does happen. Sometimes you kind of feel like honey or something like that. So and then you go up like the, Bhu, Bhuva, Swa, Mahajana, Tapa, Satya. These are kind of more common in the Puranic texts, also Bhur, Bhuva, Swa from the Vedic, like Gayatri Mantra. Even in Gayatri Mantra, these up to all the way 7 are added to sometimes. So this real meditation is not just purely Tantric. It's also Puranic and Smarta and Vedic too. So,
Thank you.
oh, sure.
These come automatically, automatically as a process of dhyana. So, is there a process like you want to travel to the realms, that's why through prana that is taught by the guru that you go from the lower realms to because the lower realms sometimes can be horrifying. You don't want
Yes. Yeah, they can be, but at the same time, when you have you surrender to the system, because most of the lower realms refer to the beings who are suffering, and they reflect even Avici, Kumbhipaka, all these Naraka beings also. And mostly we are trying to avoid those experiences, which at one stage is okay, but in a total awakening,
it comes automatically.
you have to go through that. Like Yudhishthira, at the end of the day, you have to see it. Because that is, the big thing is not about going to that absolute pure pristine form. Recognizing the totality comes recognizing pain also. It's not just simply going into Sakshi state that we discussed earlier. So it comes kind of sort of pain-pleasure situation. Thank you.
Should I read out the question on the chat? There's a
Should be
question
okay.
and then I can ask my own.
Sure.
Should I? So somebody called Munideepa Ghosh is asking, Sir, in which text can we find 9 deeper layers of dhwani pertaining to anahata sound you mentioned earlier?
Srimatuthara, and there are more references actually. I do not have the memory of that right now, but if you consult the Nitya Shodashikarnava preface by Guruji Pandit Brajvallabh Dwivedi, he gives like 5-6 different references there on the footnote. And I don't remember the page number right now, but it's in Bhumika. So it's called Sprakathana for the preface. It's in Sanskrit language. I don't know if anything like that is ever written in English literature.
What was his name?
Nitya Shodashikarnava is the book, and the editor is Pandit Brajvallabh Dwivedi.
So Acharya had just two questions. One was that with these visualizations, we are creating these images in our mind. They're mental. I mean, they're these images that we're creating very consciously. Now, one of the challenges that happens, let's say neuroscientifically and also psychologically, is that what we are replaying, we would tend to believe that that is real, because consciousness does not actually know the difference between what is a dream and what is the real world. So if we are creating these visualizations versus an actual, so how would one know the difference between the actual and the imagined visual? Because if you go through these visualizations very often, then it can lead to the misbelief that one is actually having the experience.
So this is a very valid question. I also had this question for some time, whether these journeys through the fantastic realms can actually make a yogi dwell into virtuality. And there is one philosopher, contemporary philosopher named David Chalmers. He has a book, Reality Plus, and he has actually tried to address the very issue of virtuality, and that's what he has tried to argue there, that yes, there is no difference at all. But I strongly disagree on the basis of the number one Shastra Pramana, all the ways the Shastras are teaching, that helps us not to conflate, but be able to have sharper awareness between the ground reality and virtuality. That is on the Shastra level. But there is a tremendous amount of cognitive research that might interest you. The cognitive research on children's cognitive and ability and their ability to differentiate between virtuality and reality. Because children are relatively more capable of imagining. They have imaginary toys, imaginary people, they enter into a story realm and they find monsters and the princes from the storybooks more real than us. And surprisingly and consistently, what the cognitive scientists have found is that children actually have a better judgment of virtual and real than the grown-ups, which I found, I kind of found unbelievable, because I thought other way around. The children who buy so much of fairy tales, they are going through it. They are simply going through it and having a ride of it, but they are quite capable of differentiating between what is virtual and what is real.
Adults
more, yes. We, the adults, have lost the capacity of imagination. And because of the lack or sometimes even the death of imagination, we have forgotten imaginary things do exist. So things that are totally fantastic start appearing real to us. That is why imaginary things are no longer imaginary to us, and we develop psychosis, we develop trauma, we have psychological problems. Children don't have that type of psychological problems. They can differentiate between imaginary and real. We cannot, and our psychosis is a consequence of us not being able to separate what we just imagine and what is actually real. Therefore, I just actually have a paper now submitted for publication on this topic, and I have borrowed from the Yoga Vasishta, because Yoga Vasishta is itself is a journey through the realm of fantasy, and it does maintain a meticulous difference at the same time. Looks like the whole thing is virtuality trip. But that's how many people understood Yoga Vasishta. I differ. They just thought this whole book is a book of subjective illusionism. I differ. This book entertains virtuality, helps us come back to reality. And I think it's been grave injustice, yet again going back to the philosophical injustice of not understanding Hindu philosophy properly. Because we just put simply into idealism, and then that was a great time of German European idealism to read again something similar looking from India, and then we put into the box of, and we immediately enjoy when we are able to find. I've used a lot of terminology from the West. I myself am not clean in that sense, So what do we do when you try to write in English? You have a limited vocabulary.
Sorry.
Children sometimes could be better off than us. We have a dogma. Children have flexibility. That is why changing the mind of an adult, particularly ego, the self. Like when you pull a prank, like if you have a 3-4-year-old up to that, 2-3 years, you have eyes in your back and you can able to, I have when I say I have my eye in here, you are little kid, you don't have the eye, and I have in my eye, and then they are just led to believe that I'm watching from my back side of the head, So it requires tremendous amount of imagination. And we lack the power, because we have seen that this imagination, a fanciful imagination, is a curse. And when you read Tantra, there is a lot of fanciful imagination, mandala and deity and 16 hands and 18 hands and God knows what many heads, and it's a lot of imagination. Why do you need to have that much of imagination? That stretches the horizon of your consciousness. Like one of the capacities of consciousness is its capacity to imagine. And we don't know what is imaginable. We have never tried to the extent of imagination. Tantra, come to Tantra. Do you want to stretch your mind to see how far you can imagine? Come to Tantra. No other, there has not been any discipline, not Kavya. Kavya can go only to fantasy the way we wish to be. I wish you were like this, and my beautiful beloved, such and so. I wish you didn't die, look at me, or whatever, like the tragedy or comedy in whatever way. But I wish you had 16 hands and 10 heads, and some of them were of horse, and
they'll get you medicine.
Yeah. Oh, my beloved, Nara Dvipi Sima Feru Krapi Kapi Kramelaka Bhaluka Garuda Gaja Haya Makara Vadane. That is Guyakali. So this is like the 12 faces counted there, The crocodile is one of our faces. Oh, my, so beautiful. Look at your crocodile head. So this and Haya, horse and the elephant. This is the beauty of imagination. And then seated atop lotus. How can a horse and like an elephant and a crocodile all be sitting on top of a single lotus? But it is possible to imagine. Therefore, the idea is not about thinking what is rational. Why do you have to? This is why it is imaginary. Yeah.
But it is also supra-rational in a way, because it allows you to see her in every form. Otherwise, you tend to see Kali only with the human face.
That is one more rationalization, but honestly, we don't even know what the deeper layers of collective consciousness it is addressing to. That is only these interpretations we are able to make sense of.
something
Wha-
that we're used to. And so we
Something we can relate to and explain, but I am never going to be satisfied that these explanations do even do any justice to what it is. And there comes like total surrendering of the ego, because our language does not describe everything. The range of experiences we have, amazing. Try telling a boy in America what mango tastes like, who has just seen apple and banana for fruit, So it's like sweet. Mango is sweet. Oh my gosh, it's like banana. So, it's like its complexity, every flavor's complexity. So that's why when you have the experience in that state, and can it be brought out? Many of you who have meditated, you know what I'm talking about, that when you go to the stage and come out and try to bring that into words, if you are a writer, and your words are not able to, pin down even a fraction of it, it doesn't capture. It's elusive. And you are trying to box it. It's like it can't be boxed. And as long as you are not experiencing, it feels like, what kind of story are these guys talking about, So that's why it requires like little open-mindedness, willingness to go through this voyage of fantasy, almost. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, that may be like one type of kavya.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the deeper, profound, sublime, occult, spiritual realizations of the Tantra or the Veda, Upanishad, they have found expression through poetry, through kavya. And kavya alone has the power to give expression to, without distorting those realizations.
Yeah,
So that-
agreed to that. I didn't I mean to minimize, but in kavyas we might not always see
Yes.
the extent.
That may be one
That's-
layer of
yeah,
kavya.
Right, yeah.
But again, we have the highest form of kavya.
Sure, of course, yeah, of course. But again, in kavya, the amount of imagination you can see in whatever called concrete science, you do not find that. And then we therefore differentiate between pure science and the fantasy. But what I'm saying is, if you want to know yourself, you have to realize fantasy. And therefore, the kavya literature does more justice to you to know who you are than your pure science. That is the point. So, because we are just simply denigrating our capacity to imagine. And then we are saying this is real, but what you think is not real. And this is just one flimsy layer in the millions of layers of consciousness, capacity to project. And you go to meditation and you will know. But that doesn't mean this particular projection will dissolve or will be very confused. Am I in this realm? This is a psychosis and not the thing of meditation and the yogic ability. Yes, sir.
So, this creation of this fantastical world that we are talking about, can one say that this is like stretching your ability to do counterfactual thinking, and that will help you to understand the nature of causal world?
Counterfactual reasoning is extremely essential in our rational thinking. And many cognitive science, like the names evade right now, but there have been substantial amount of research on counterfactual reasoning, and I would have to agree with you that yes, it does help us to ground what is within the realm of tarka and what is within the realm of counterfactual reasoning. And meditation doesn't conflate both. It helps, it keeps counterfactuals within the realm of the counterfactuals.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Way down.
Related question. So we were talking about that difference between the reality and the imaginative things. But I have very basic question, very naive, that can a person imagine that objects or the things or the scenarios which the person is not experienced yet? For example, someone is blind. So can they experience that lotus we are talking about, or the things, the objects?
I would agree that most of our fantasies are extracted from our direct experience. Is it possible for the person to imagine a lotus? He would imagine whatever it is called lotus. Would that be our imagination of the lotus? No. But there comes the story. I'm not trying to argue for the sake of argument, but we all have heard the story of the king and the 5 blind people. The elephant was brought, and one blind goes to the trunk and says, like, elephant is like a snake, or another, whatever, the fan, and another like a pillar. And then the people laugh at, look at that. These blinds think the elephant is like a wall by those who touch the body. And then what we are reading is we are the one who see the elephant the way it is. That is not the point of the story. The blinds have a perspective, we have a perspective. Because that comes in the context of teaching perspective, not in denigrating those blind people. We have to read the total background of the story. What we know about an elephant by seeing its apparatus. An elephant is not an elephant hide. What we see is elephant hide from one side. We do not see its interiors, we do not see its backside. We do not see the life, we do not see the vessels running or the heart pumping, we do not see anything of the elephant. And we impose our superiority over those blind people. Simply, we are not any less blind. We have one perspective by our having one type of schema. They lack that particular schema, but the blind people might, when you say lotus is like that, this flower, they will have a tactile sensation of the lotus, and they will create, and they will have the smell sensation of the lotus. One day I was giving my neighbor's dog a walk, and a great revelation came to my mind. Wherever I go for a new trip, and in the evening before I go to bed, I'm lying, and then I think of the journey that day, all the corners and the slopes and the downs and the ups of the hill, and what I could see, the vistas from that point. And then I realized how the dog is going to dream of the trip. The smell, this smell, that, because they have about 40,000 more capacities of olfactory capacities than we the humans. Their whole map is olfactory map, not like a visual map. And we think that their map is inferior to our map because we want to box their consciousness into our structure. Elephants have 1,000 times more the capacity of the dogs in smelling because they got the giant nose, and they can smell the rain about to come 100 miles away. Not the rain that has already come, the rain that's yet to fall 100 miles away. They can smell it. Can us as human imagine what that feels like to smell the rain 100 miles away? So therefore, yeah, they are able to have some type of schema, but their schema will be different from our schema based on the colors, or forms, but they are still able to have some schema. That's what the real perception is all about, having to schematize. When we say I see, it means I have schematized something. We would need someone born blind, and for that we have the first book of the humanity. The first philosopher in the world was not Socrates or Thales. His name is Dirgha Tamas. Some 1400 BCE ago, I am following the Western calendar. Dirgha Tamas was born blind because he was abused by his uncle who wanted to rape his impregnated mother. And she refused, and he kicked her, and the boy was born blind. And he is also a master of riddles, the best of the riddles ever written. And even this Indram Mitram Matari Shwana Mahu Ekam Sad Vipra Bahud, this is the blind man giving this philosophy for the Hindus, okay? This is Dirgha Tamas. No, what it is like to be a bat, some Western philosophers have raised this. And the question is about sonar perception, like that is echolocation. Echo, like when you hack, and then something bounces, that sound you make, and then you know the objects, how far they are, and then you have a map of your topography based on the sound resonance. Imagine the world based on, you just try to make a little sound, close your eyes, completely become like Gandhari, and then enter the room and keep singing and imagine how the room must be like, based on the echo. So we should not box perception into only what we are accustomed to, and that also requires our openness to imagination. It's like imagining is an amazing thing to explore the zenith of the capacity of consciousness.
It is Shiva's divine place.
Right?
He's wanting us to explore.
Right, yes, of course. I mean, contemplative sciences have touched really the zenith. Now they are opening the departments for contemplative studies in the West, and soon it will catch up. The idea is that we also need to have some level of contemplative studies through our departments. So what happens is, like, we have so much of wealth and we talk about I have so much, and then we realize there's just like a lot of parallels already developed, and then by the time we realize all the parallels have been established, we have not done any groundwork. So we in the contemplative sciences field in the last 10 years or so, very new, like the first department for contemplative, it's just like very new, or maybe like 5-6 years honestly. So, but there is like tremendous work happening now. And even like some young philosophers I just met, now they don't want to do just analytical philosophy anymore. They want to do philosophy as a way of life, and they are not trying to study Hindu philosophy by any chance. They want to say it's already, everything is pre-Socratic. Greek thinking already has everything you need. So then it's like we are trying the opposite. We are trying to just show how we have like very much of analytical philosophy there, which is there. I'm not saying it's not there, but that's not the only thing we have there. So it's just like how to address this totality in which when we are trying to justify what we have, we are trying to reject many of the things what is also valuable. Yeah, I haven't read that book.
I just told you the
So it
story.
could very well be. One is the mapping through journey. Journey is very good metaphor. Lakoff and Johnson, who have written substantially on metaphor theory in our times, they have addressed even this journey metaphor substantially. Life is a journey, that's a metaphor. Life is not like some kind of actual journey. Spiritual journey, everybody uses, I also use, it's just a metaphor, there's no journey as such. These journey metaphors come in many places, like the journey of the Pandavas to go to the death, all the way. Conference of Birds, one of the Sufi literature. There is also the John Bunyan's like Pilgrim's Progress, and so that's yet another our way of mapping our progression, our sense of elevation in our experience. Like we map into good experiences as some kind of higher. That's yet another metaphor, like good is up, bad is down. And like heaven is up, hell is down. This up and down is a general metaphor. And we map. So that much, the way, because it's at the end of the day all about schema. How do we schematize things? Like heaven is up, like up where? Like the moon, from the moon, earth is up. So therefore this up and down metaphor doesn't work in reality, it's just metaphor. So any question is a fair game then.
I have one question about break.
हाँ? ब्रेक लेने का है? लेने का ले लो? नहीं लेने का है? हाँ? Oh, end it by 5, then any question is fair, guys, ask quick. So let him ask then.
Acharya, if this pure consciousness is our true nature, and we are ignorant beings and we are trying to remove this impurity and getting back to our own true self, then if this is the true nature, shouldn't it be the default state, and the ignorance should be something that we work on getting on? Why is this a reverse process that we are born ignorant and we have to do an uphill task since the day we are born, and it feels like this is the default and this pure consciousness is an imagination which everybody is failing to achieve? But why it's just not the default? Okay, and if it is the result of karma that we all are impure or bonded or not in alignment with true nature, what karma could have caused that?
It is the karma of culture, because when we were children, we were very happy. It is the bondage of language. When we had no words, we expressed joy, and it's the bondage of separation of the mind and the body. When we didn't have the ego, our whole body expressed our mind when we were children. So what we have gained by being so intellectual and not children anymore is we have the surplus of the ego but the loss of that singularity. And in this surplus, separation of the ego from the body, we have all the languages to delimit us, to preserve this ego as distinct from my body. And what we have gained also is a curse, because why this state is innate is you can see most of these things that delimit us are a product of language and culture that are taught, injected to us in the process of self-cultivation when we grow older. So why are the inborns more closer to the true intrinsic nature? What do they lack? They lack passion, aversion, delusion, the fundamental core. They are not given yet. Grina, the sense of disgust, shanka, the doubt, bhaya, fear, shame, all these emotions, they are deprived of. And we teach them envy, we teach them doubt, we teach them disgust, we teach them all these cultural emotions. And what happens with these cultural emotions, we create a cultural subject. Cultural subject is a subject who, first we create the embodied subject who says, this is my body. I mean, he separates himself from the body to make it as mine. You know, like this is my bottle, don't touch it. This is my body, don't touch it. So I'm like, just like I'm separate from the bottle, I'm separate from the body the same way. This helps us to transcend, to become a transcendent ego. But then we even transcend the body and that ego to go to this collective cultural self. And that allows us to, fragment more. Because that allows us to hate the people who do not think like us, who do not speak like us, who do not wear like us, who do not eat like us. These are cultural teachings. And the end product, therefore, it feels like this is not our built-in nature. Because we have given so much language and so much culture to take you away from what you started your journey, not when before the birth and you are divine God Shiva, no. I'm talking biologically, when you were a baby, your nature was not so separated from others, so greedy and mean, vengeful, waiting to prove yourself as a better person than others, So this is how we have created culture. So our social obligation really, if you think big way as someone interested in yoga, is try to create a new type of social reality where we can teach to unlearn. Yoga is not learning process to me. Yoga is unlearning a lot. Because all the things we have picked, how to dump it out. Like Pasha, for the Pashupatas, Grina, Shanka, Bhayam, Lajja, Jugupsha, Cheti, Panchami, Kulam, Shilam, Tatha, Jati, Tyashto, Pasha, Udarita. So these are the 8 Pashas. So all the Pashas are not inborn, they are all taught. They are all taught. We teach people to hate, right? Animals don't hate each other, so they're violent. Sometimes, some animals fight. But they don't fight because, oh my gosh, I hate a donkey. No. No. It's not hatred, like a dog barks at another dog. I hate that dog. No, that's not that, They have these, whatever territoriality, but hatred is our things. We own it. That's a human discovery. It's like going to Mars is one discovery. Hating neighbor is another.
But Acharyaji, does that mean, because even the Upanishads is talking about sadhana, so people back then also were as conditioned as we are?
This is eternal cycle.
Eternal.
Just because the neighbors look differently then doesn't mean they didn't hate their neighbors, So the subjects keep changing. These factors
keep changing.
I mean, we keep running through the similar factors, and because our emotions are given only limited sockets or the schema to flourish through.
Then as you cleared, Acharyaji, that it is grace which can bestow self-realization, if it is grace, does that fall under the realm of karmic cycle, or there is no karma that you can do to invite grace?
The grace is not something I can have a question and answer about.
Okay.
How does Lord Shiva do? Who am I to talk about that? That's why we generally say he's like drugged, meaning he can do just like whatever random. Okay. That is what grace is. It's a random thing.
But we do sadhana in hope of it, right?
No, not in hope. It will happen through the sadhana, but it can happen also through the grace. But then the thing is, you have a choice, then let me wait for the grace. So this is like, let me give you a choice in your life. You are at the crossroad, like you want to cross the river, and then there is one thing, somebody might come and say, I'll pay for the ride. It's a chance.
Okay, got it.
Or you pay for your own. What do you want to do in your life? Like, I'll wait for 10, 15 years. Somebody might come and pay. So, but I'm not denying that there are good people in the world and who will come and say, hey, are you waiting to cross? Let me pay for you. That does happen. But do you really want to wait 10 years? No. Okay.
Acharya, I have a question.
Okay.
I was asking you back then while we were having our lunch, is that the relation between logic and feeling. When we are using a certain argument or a certain logic to disarm another set of logic, it is generating a feeling inside us which is making us feel okay. So this logic is superseding that other logic because the feeling part of that logic is much more predominant in this argument. And sometimes it just so happens that certain logical arguments help us clear through the veils of ignorance and bring us into greater light instantly, even though that is most possibly not the actual darshan which you are applying in your life. For example, if I am following, I'm largely following the darshan associated with Kashmir Shaivism. Sometimes if I am reading Mandukya Karika, I'm reading a particular shloka and it just instantly generates an intuitive hunch because that argument is so strong in that particular logic that it just gives you a feeling, instant feeling that, oh, this is correct. And then you just stay in that state of consciousness for some time until it subsides. And so what is the relation between logic and feeling and how these play an important role in cultivating our state of consciousness?
As long as we are able to, we use rationality. But at the end, we surrender. How does feeling work? It's when our rationality is not able to encapsulate the experience. The feel bhavena bhavayat bhavam. In the Anuttara itself, in the Shiva Tattva itself, there are 16 different stages described in the Agamas. When someone experiences I am Shiva, and then this is just a mirror of the Shiva experience and shatters one mirror image after another, goes through the 16 layers to find the pure experience. It feels like it. You have to keep the reasoning alive to constantly shatter, even after you have let go of your individuation. You are into Shiva consciousness, but you have to let go of your Shiva consciousness again and again so that you actually get closer to the actual. Because you have a schema of Shiva consciousness too. What it is like to be Shiva. That's your fantasy. Let go of that fantasy and you have yet another fantasy. So when you let go of 16 layers of your schema, then you are getting to that actual Shiva state. But then what it is like, therefore you are using your logic all the way through, it is possible. But then what it is like, then it's it's no use of arguing at that end.
Acharyaji, two questions, please.
Of course.
One was about ritual. So, because you spoke about how Shankaracharya and all rejected ritual at a certain level. So, one of the challenges with ritual, even like one is trying to do a mantra or whatever, is that there can be a certain it becomes mechanical at a point, and it loses the spirit. So, how do you perspectivize that, this making it mechanical versus actually having the spirit within the practice? That is one question. The second one, would you like me to say both together, or I'll
Okay,
wait for
let
you
me
to-
first
okay.
address this. She's raised a good question, and unfortunately, Mimamsa is the one philosophy studied the least. That's a ritual philosophy. And when in the Hindu world, we all do some rituals for which we invite the priest, and the complexity of the rituals are such that, like for example, Shraddha rituals, particularly the way the village people do Shraddhas, I can't go through all of that. I always need aid of the priest. And so, the priests do not either explain or don't know why all these things are being done, the significance, the metaphysics beneath it. And that is what happens when a civilization is lost. When my mother died and I was encaved for 13 days with one-time meal and hay as my bed, I had plenty of time to think through what I was given to do every day. And I was allowed at least to discuss that particular thing. I was not allowed to read anything else, but I was allowed to have questions, and because the priest was not comfortable to answer, he got some senior priest, so I had both the priests, and so they would go and consult the books because I can't go anywhere. And so I was trying to understand it. And then I go, oh my gosh, this is so metaphysically complex philosophy. I could write books just on that small thing, like Sapinda Karana, for example, one of the functions that comes, So we have forgotten the philosophical side that used to imbibe rituals. We have forgotten it. The priests have also forgotten it. And it has been mechanical. I don't blame it. I know, I've seen, I've been part of it. But that doesn't mean that it did not mean. So as a textualist, so then it comes to us to go back to Brahmana texts and unearth. One of the most tedious papers I ever wrote was cremating a surrogate body, and published in some German, because they are the ones who can publish the most tasteless things. So it's like, how do Hindus perform the ritual when someone you believe is dead but there is no body to be found? And then from the Satapatha Brahmana to many texts, I found how to make a fake body. Kusha, yeah. And then, so the process of making the body is what interested me, because you have to collect all these 360 bones reconstituting, and the body is mapped with the solar system, and then every object is mapped with something. So, and then there is the whole Sautramani and Ashwamedha level yajna happening. Each of the mantras invoked are related to Sautramani yajna. So, and then the bigger and bigger metaphysics was coming to me, and that allowed the way they understood time and space in their time, and the mirror image body, the whole concept was already there in the Satapatha Brahmana. And the thing is, we as society did not have time. I don't blame my parents or great-grandparents. Like I have in my personal collections from like 400 years or so. My family house was burned down. when I was just like a year old, and we lost 90% of the manuscripts and everything. That is like many generations that has gone through. If I trace the genealogy of my personal family, you should just go into map of India and explore where this word Timalsina comes from. You know, you will find in Uttarakhand, near Pauri district, a village called Timalsen. And there is a temple of Shiva, Timalsen Mahadev. And you go further up towards Srinagar, not the Srinagar in Kashmir, but towards Kashmir, but midway there is another small town, Srinagar, in Uttarakhand itself. And up in the mountain, up there is a cave, and that's a snow part. And there is like in Amarnath, there is a Shiva Linga made during the snow time inside, and that Shiva Linga is worshipped as Timarsen. And so, trace the genealogy of these village people running, think of their history. And I can't talk about it because I get too emotional about it. And I've been running too even now, you know. In Nepal, I had, you know, I tried my best, and then many of you know I was assaulted in the classroom. I have deep scars in my head. I was just, you know, attacked by the Maoists for simply teaching Sanskrit, and that's when I lost it. I'm done. I don't need to be here. I can go anywhere. I felt like that because I'm Shiva. And then that is why I went to learn English, and then in 2 years I left the country. So it's like we are still running away to survive. And that is why my point is, you can't blame the people for forgetting their philosophy because they were simply trying to save their lives.
Sorry.
But if we feel safe now, we have a moral obligation to do something about it.
Sorry, my question was also about, in our personal practice, in the sadhana, let's say I'm doing a mantra, sometimes just the repetition of that mantra is very mechanical. I can be repeating the mantra and thinking of completely different things.
That's fine.
That's okay. One should still do the mantra. One should still do the ritual.
One should just be mechanical. Why? I mean, everything else mechanical, fine with us, eating, are you fully paying attention? Sex, are you fully paying attention? And then everything else you are okay with mechanical. And then when it comes to mantra, and then why are you saying it's so bad to go mechanical?
Okay. And the other one was about, with Tantra seems to be the philosophy that sort of legitimizes sexuality, in a sense, if I may put it very crudely. But that is reality.
That's fine.
Of
we
the
are
yogas.
crude people.
Yes. But the point is that what is the role of brahmacharyam in Tantra? Is there a role?
Anandam brahmano rupam tatsa dehe vyavastitam osthanta tritaya sevi brahmachari sauchyate. Our Guru Abhinava Gupta says, Anandam brahmano rupam. The Brahman, the true form of Brahman is Ananda, right? In the body that resides in 3 forms. What are these? Madhya, Mamsa and Maithuna. So, anybody who does this is the brahmachari. No, sorry. No, I was just having a little bit of fun now because you needed that, but it is not okay. Let's hold on there. So, I mean, why not? So, but yeah, coming back to senses, Dodge.
That is nonsense then.
No, that's very
We actually needed that after a dense discussion that was going on.
We need that. But that doesn't mean that the traditional form of brahmacharya is not there in Tantra. It is there, okay? I mean, the agamas, Shiva agamas, if you read, and then many of Shivacharya's life also you can read. And so Abhinavagupta himself, well, he does talk like that, and a very romantic guy, but then when it comes to actually him exercising with all the concubines, we don't know that part, So therefore, it's a little of a fantasy trip too, So let's...
Sorry, just one just in continuation of this. So the energy, because most of the other yoga traditions that are more ascetic, they, let's say, they extol the value of being able to control that sexual energy and turn it, that retas towards ojas and all of that. So that doesn't really find a specific role in Tantra. Is that also possible?
Maranam bindu pate na jivanam bindu dharanat. Just a few days ago, I was talking on Guru Goraknath. Oh my gosh, may his soul, like he's one of the immortals, so may he forgive me. Because the idea is that there are some yogis, hatha yogi, who take this very seriously and extremely actually, but others who take it lightly. But what is the course? Whatever is your personal choice. Tantra is just like, I have gotten so many people asking, almost annoyed that I don't even drink. How can you be a tantrika without drinking? What they meant is, because they are used to one dogma, you shall not drink. And they are used to another dogma, that if you do tantra, then you shall drink. They are incapable of thinking that Tantra is freedom from dogma. So why shall I drink? If you say I have to drink, it's a dogma. I'm not saying you shouldn't drink, because if I say that, then that's another dogma. Can you think outside of the dogma? Then you cannot, then you can't learn Tantras. Because you are simply, then what about social norms and all? If you have a social role to play, then you follow some of the social structures. Not to cultivate your ego. If you don't have any social role to play, then get rid of it. Dancing naked in cremation ground is the most liberating experience. But that doesn't give you a big social role to play. So you just, accept the social norms. Because you may be enlightened. These things matter to you. For society, it does. Wear a garb that is red color, yellow color, white color. Become a monk of this order, that order. It doesn't matter to you. For the society, it does. So wear whatever the garb, not to pretend, but when you are at that avadhuta stage, all these things are meaningless. Wearing, not wearing, drinking, eating, not eating. It doesn't add any quality to your experience.
Sir, this similar follow-up question.
I have a question.
Yeah, hop back.
So I want to take you back to that discussion about imagination.
Mm-hmm.
What is your interpretation of that 12th sloka of Shiv Sutra, Vismaya Yoga Bhumika? Like, is the purpose is to let your imagination run amok, and that will help you to be in yoga?
When there is no smaya, vigata smaya, the wonder of experiencing oneself out of the box, basically, out of his schema. The foundation, bhumika of the yogic experience is being in this perplexing wonder that you do not have any structure, schema, language to describe anything, because there is a collapse of subject and object horizons. All right, I'll stop there.
So Acharya, if somebody does not have a dogma about wine or meat, and like they don't have any rigidity, no feeling of impurity, yet when the text demands or text described that a Bhairava needs to be offered wine or needs to be offered meat, does that person ignore that part because he does not carry that dogma, or the deity inherently wants that as an offering?
What is the deity? You are imagining deity outside of yourself. Swatmaiva devata prokta lalita vishwa vigraha. You are the deity. When you create such difference between you and the deity, you are not authorized to enter into the realm of Tantra. Bhairavo, Bhairavoham. Ali Pishita Purandri Bhoga Parya Kuloham Bahuvida Kula Yoga Ramba Sambhavitoham Pashujana Vimukhoham Bhairavi Maashritoham Guru Charana Paroham Bhairavoham Shivoham. As long as there is, before you enter into mandala worship, you do the antaryaga. Before you are authorized to worship outside, you have to worship inside. When you worship inside, your culmination of experience is Bhairavoham, Shivoham, I am Bhairava. And then who is there to tell you what you have to eat? A book tells Bhairava what Bhairava needs to eat. When you are Bhairava, then there is a book, my dear Bhairava, you have to eat this. You aren't getting it. You are that God. And nobody can make rule about you, what you should and shouldn't do. And then many Westerners immediately connected to Tantra because they don't have the dogma about wine or sex or whatever, eating meat or cow or whatever. When it was a taboo in our society so rigid that you could completely cast out of society, and for people to do that was such a challenging thing, to let go of your Pandit ego. Oh my gosh, he cut his tuft. In our villages, that used to be, when we were young, and somebody would do that, and then everybody in the village would make fun of this boy, oh my gosh, fallen, gone, chala gaya. Then let him drink and walk among the same people. That is the kind of thing they were doing, that I didn't give a damn about your structures, social structures, hierarchy or everything. And in a society, you find your elitistic club by drinking, and then you think you are practicing Tantra? How have you deconstructed your subjectivity? It was meant to threaten and dismantle your ego. How do these practices help you dismantle your ego? No, nothing. So that does mean we don't have modern dogma, modern subjectivity. What are modern subjects like? Modern subjects are very much divided into brown and black and white skins, very much happy with the content with their skin of the gendered bodies, like I'm a female, this is my female body, and that is I'm a male, I'm a homosexual, So all these are modern dogma. They were there even before, but they were not as crucial as these things. So, and there are many other modern dogmas as well. But every society has its own dogma. This is not the case
depending upon the state of consciousness and the preparation from the sadhak, so he follows the path.
So, at one point, this is not that only the tantrics developed this sex as a metaphor for yogic experience or expression. You can find in Upanishads. The Arani, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, for example, and the Sangata, the rubbing of the two wood to generate fire. And the absolute, the Brahman, that is the fire, comes out of the friction as the male-female principle. Actually, from the Ramakrishna Mission, the published book had omitted that particular section from the Upanishad because it's too disturbing for poor monks.
So Charaji, you were talking about imagination, that how Tantra is pro-imagination, right? And maybe there's an instance that all the 10-headed Kali and all these figures are imaginative or fantasy, right? Or are created out of impression or your own self, what do you call, imagination. But what is your take on the modern, young people's imagination when they try to when they try to imagine these figures through obscenity? So how they also justify the imagination part. So what is your take on this?
It is not about the content of imagination that matters at the end. It is about the intention of imagination, what we want to do out of it. Like we have so many video games based solely on imagination, conquering, fighting, winning the grounds, or whatever type of fantasy the video gamers do. The sense cultivated in the pilgrimage voyage, a fantasy voyage through different layers of mandala, is mapping the gradual progression of your esoteric experiences. And then when you do it repeatedly every day, it becomes a pattern and you are able to tap, okay, I've been to this and then been to that. And then it doesn't happen every day in the normal type of life we are living, but in general it does start happening. When you have repeated it so many times, then automatically some of the stages fall under. If you are supposed to have 100 experiences, you still have 10, that's still better than nothing. Although it's just 10%, but it's still really something profound. So there is the mapping of experiences by aid of these fantasies in the constructive cultivation of imagination. There is a destructive cultivation of imagination as well. Destructive cultivation of imagination is when we teach our children, you have to do certain violent acts, for example. The same way, when these video games also do the same destructive imagination that they have to, kill or something like that. So the content as such is not as important as the intention by means of which these imaginations are acted out in society. So the object I see, a bird or a 10-headed monster, is not what affects the mind negatively or positively. How I respond to that, or in what background I'm creating that. Like when I show the Agni Deva with 3 heads and like if you have seen the image of the trident and like the Agni, the image of fire, and then for the Western audience, oh, that's what the devil looks like, So because it's how the cultures, immediately it's not the object as such, it is how you are taught to interpret it. So I would go. You have 3 questions from the audience?
Yes, sir. There is just one question, which will be the final question for today. Balaji is saying, Pranam Acharya ji, when you mention that even in the modes of suffering, there is underlying ananda. Is that just the knowledge of that there is a ananda present, or is there a way to experience this ananda even in such moments? If there is a way to experience it, what is that practical method?
When we are looking at the tides, we forget that the ocean exists. When we are suffering through the modes of experiences, we forget the basis upon which this suffering experience is constituted. The basis is more like the canvas, let me say, in which the experience of pain is carved, experience of suffering is carved. Without the canvas, you couldn't have that experience of suffering carved. That foundation, that canvas is what your Shiva nature is. So Bala, what we want is that there is no tide but the ocean. But what we have is the tides, and we say that the ocean. There are so many tides, ripples of suffering, and we fail to see the ocean as the possibility upon which the tides of suffering exist. How can we say these modes of suffering are the very pristine modes of bliss in which suffering is carved? Suffering is an intense mode of experience. Pleasure is slightly lighter actually. It's more like current waves in which if you have a massager with the gentle waves generating, then the massager is giving you pleasure. And intensely, that is the current that is going to cause intense pain in your body. Think biologically, the very sensations that are pleasantly, gently arising are the sensations in your neural structures, the brains vibrating, and you interpret that as pleasure. And the very experiences when there is intensity and you are interpreting that as pain, the frequency is what is making us interpret something as pain or pleasure. Your body is interpreting the higher frequency as pain and lower frequency as pleasure. Your essential being is that pure possibility upon which the possibility is pain is composed, upon which the possibility of pleasure is composed too. When you think yourself as pure possibility, and that possibility has now given this particular mode of expression of pain, that possibility retains the capacity to get out of that when the bodily or mental structures allow. There are these samskaras, preconditions, body, physical conditions, mental conditions, and when these conditions are met, when liberated from these preconditions, then there is no experience of pain in the same way. You are this possibility. And upon that possibility now pain is written. You are this canvas wherein pain is composed. Do not think of yourself as the pain, think of yourself as the canvas. Do not think of yourself as the tide, think of yourself as the ocean. You are that pristine form. Look into that. When sukha arises, we forget ourselves and go for sukha. When dukkha arises, think the same way, that dukkha is not you, dukkha is composed within you. But you are not suffering. Suffering is passing through you. It's a mode. How long does it last? I don't know. But that doesn't mean, even if it stays for a longer time, when some trains stay in the station for a longer time, doesn't mean that train is the station. Train and the station are two different things. You are the station and the pain is the train. It comes and goes. Thank you.
So there is, in the Gita, no, there is that shloka that says, okay, so in the Gita there's the shloka that says, Sthita pragya se kya bhasha. So I'll try and just make it an interesting presentation of the question. So, Tantra siddhasya ka bhasha, Shiva sthitasya he guru, Sthitadihi kim prabhasheta, kim asita vrajeta kim. Long and short of it, just what does a Siddha Tantra, you've met some of them, you've interacted with some of them, if you could just share with us some lasting impression or some memorable experience with the Siddha that can inspire.
It feels like I was from some romantic past. Because now when I ask, can we meet some of these Siddhas, are there these people? And then it becomes so difficult to go and touch these people and then feel that, I don't know if I have grown too much ego. And of course somebody brought the issue of you could write your question in advance and someone can see that remotely. And that's the particular thing, that is a siddhi, I believe in it, but that doesn't interest me. I don't want someone to see or not see these things. That I have seen in my life, so I believe that those things as possible. What is the real siddhi? One day I asked my Guruji, why am I not getting these siddhis? And then, like, why am I not having sakshatkara? At the end of the day, seeing one particular form of the deity we are calling sakshatkara is not sakshatkara. You know, you can always have some film actresses wear the garb and give you the feeling of Durga, you know, in front, and but you can say you can be convinced that you saw the goddess. That's not sakshatkara. So it's a total transformation required. The alchemical change is required. A siddha could impart that experience onto you. So all these people doing things, I'm not saying gimmick. There is one level of 90% the gimmick, but there is another 9%. That is siddhi. They are showing you all kinds of supernatural things. To me, again, that doesn't matter. I'm not saying that's a gimmick. That's a real siddhi. But so what? It's like you have $1 billion and you like to show it. What does he have to do with me? So, if someone is actual siddha by touch, if that experience transmits to you, that is to me a real parasamani. I have met people like that. I'm in a live broadcast, another time. Om tavachaka kilana stutirambike sakala shabdamayi kilate tanu nikhila murti shume bhavadanvayo manasi jasa bahi prasara sucha iti vichintya shive samita shive jagati jata mayatna vasadidam Stuti japarchana chintana varjita nakhalu kachana kala kalasti me.